about to go live from Zoom direct to YouTube. Yes. Yes, so we're not using OBS, we're using Zoom direct. I've just enabled the streaming options in Zoom. Yes. Yes, so the presentation is going to be done from my separate laptop. So they will just join the meeting right now. We are live on Zoom or on YouTube. So I'm just going to allow the laptop where the presentation is to join in so that I can show you the presentation. So just confirm with me if you're able to see it. There's showing Daniel. Yes. The one. No.
Yeah, Peter.
But for testing purposes. Okay, sorry. Okay, so let me just join the laptop. Laptop presentation. So that we can see the actual presentation.
Committing the Zoom call.
Let me just allow the other person to join.
Okay, let's see how it goes. I'll call you later. Okay.
We haven't set up the camera.
Started what?
You'll be able to see the presentation from the different speakers. No, we haven't set up the cameras. Unless if you want to put one laptop that can be showing the presenter. Okay, let me find a way. So just give me a minute. Okay, yeah, let me admit you. Yeah, live on Zoom. So I want you to, like, you can join the meeting using, like, with the laptop for presentations. I want you to join as a guest. So that, yeah, so that I'm able to put these people on the screen. These guys have joined. Okay. For those who have laptops, yeah. Join.
Yeah, it's like that visible online.
812 279 23 77.
They go in
Yes, but now the password does
the password when so
Yeah.
Hello?
Just went out.
Okay, so are you able to see that?
Yeah. Yep, I'm able to see. Yep, I'm able to see.
Able to see? Okay, so should I leave the audio on the audio unmuted for the main view? Are you able to see?
Yes, I'm able to see.
Yes, it is. Yes, currently, yes. 6. About 6. I'm sure, let me just... network is bad. Not going to use what? Yeah. Okay, okay, no problem. So what we've done from here, we've also put a screen, the TV screen, where they're able to see you as well. You done? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. I'm saying we put up a screen where they're able to see you as well. The same audience is able to see you as well. Yes, so YouTube is okay. Then the microphone for the camera which is showing the people here, should I leave it on? The mic, the audio. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. I'll do that, and then your code as well. Okay, try to switch on your audio so people try to hear you. Yes, yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Just want to test the audio from your end.
Yeah, are you able to hear me? Okay. Yeah, can you hear me? How is it now? Okay. Yeah. Yep. Can you hear me? All right. You can hear me, right? What about through my system? Did you hear me through my system? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you can be heard.
Okay, but I might have to speak up a bit, yeah? Yeah,
that can be heard.
All right, all right. Yeah, I can see the audience. Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
How is it now?
Perfect.
Okay, okay, great. Yeah. Can you hear me? All right. You can hear me, right? What about through my system? But I'm have to pick up the data. All right. Okay, great.
Yes, hello. You can try. Yeah, they're asking if we are live on YouTube. Just respond yes, because I couldn't respond. We'll be live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. Yes, yes. Yes, yes.
And I would like to welcome all of you for this very educative workshop that is brought to us through the University Convention. And before I go further, I would like sincerely thank our guest of honor, who is the Director General for the National Health Insurance Scheme Authority. And so we are really grateful, is Mr. James Kapesa. We are really grateful for your time to come and appear at this important occasion. We hope that we are going to learn more from what the National Health Insurance Scheme is doing. I know that all of you have got the program. If you look at the program, we've got 3 sessions. The first session is for our co-chairs, the owners of this workshop, Dr. Henry Mumbi in Leicester, and then we have got Dr. Yarima also from Leicester, and then after that we are going to have a speech, a keynote address from our guest of honor, Mr. James Kapesa, and then we are going to go outside for a short photo session, and then we'll come back and I'll hand over to Dr. Frank Kalula, who is going to go through us on the next session about the presentations. And after that, we are going to have a lunch break. And following the lunch break, we'll have a panel discussion. And then finally, we're going to have the last session. So I hope that you find this workshop educative. I know you may not come from an IT background. It's not about IT, this is not about economics or anything. This is general. I think it applies to all of us. So I hope that you learn something. Without further ado, I would like to communicate to our colleagues in the UK, the 2 co-chairs, to take up their positions.
Dr. Yarima, you can go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me? The guest of honor, distinguished guests, colleagues from the academia and other organizations, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. My name is Dr. Suleiman Yorima, and I'm the project director of STEGA. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the second part of the maiden edition of our international workshop on secure and trustworthy e-governance, which we codenamed WoSTEG2020. This part is taking place today, Wednesday, the 9th of December, in Lusaka, Zambia, at ZAMCOM Lodge off Church Road, Andrew Moena Road. But we're also joined by participants online from around the world. Indeed, I'm here in the city of Leicester, in the East Midlands of United Kingdom, joining you from my home, and very excited as we're making history again today. This is the first of its kind in terms of workshops or conferences in Africa. The first part took place in Abuja last week, and judging from that, I can tell that today is going to be an equally exciting and eventful program that we have. WoSTEG is organized by STEGA Project, which in full stands for Secure and Trustworthy E-Governance for Enhanced and Accessible Public Services in Africa. The STEGA project is multidisciplinary, and it aims to advance the state of e-governance provision in Africa. The focus of the project is to enhance availability, coverage, policies and legislation, as well as to address the emerging issues of security, privacy, and trust. Therefore, our ultimate aim is to advance e-governance in African nations and achieve significant enhancements of public services administration through enabling secure, trustworthy, and accessible e-governance systems. Our scope at the moment is Zambia and Nigeria. Hence, the STEGA multidisciplinary team consists of academic researchers from various disciplines, from De Montfort University, Leicester, Federal University of Technology, Minna, in Nigeria, University of Zambia, Lusaka, as well as partners from NGOs like Zambia Road Safety Trust, Paged Initiative in Nigeria, and the private sector, and also the governmental sector. STEGA is funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund through De Montfort University in England. The Global Challenges Research Fund is part of UK's official development assistance commitment, which is the ODA commitment. And this is monitored by OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Our work in STEGA is aligned with a number of UN Sustainable Development Goals, which include UN Sustainable Development Goal 16, which stands for Peace and Justice, Strong Institutions, UN Sustainable Development Goal 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth, UN Sustainable Development Goal 3, Good Health and Well-being, and UN Sustainable Development Goal 1, No Poverty. WoSTEG 2020 workshops are part of our activities, with several to come in the near future. And as you can see from the agenda today, we have a variety of topics from different disciplines that will be covered by experts from both here in the UK and in Lusaka as well. And of course, from other parts of the world. We have to come shortly a distinguished keynote speech, as well as a panel discussion, as Daniel has mentioned. And we are indeed privileged to have all the guests that have been invited to be here with us today. On that note, I would like to extend, on behalf of the entire STEGA team, a warm welcome to everyone that has come here today, whether you are in ZAMCOM Lodge or joining us from Abuja online, from Leicester, or anywhere else in the world. Thank you very much. I hope you have an enjoyable workshop.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Yarema. I'm Henry Mumbi. I'm the co-chair. Welcome to Secure, Trustworthy E-Governance. Muli bwanji wonse oko ku Lusaka, muli bwanji. It is indeed imperative to have such conversations. The internet, ICT is advancing, and yet we have got also threats out there. We are going to ask ourselves in Africa some questions, critical questions, difficult questions. The solutions are within ourselves as Africans. We should not depend on others. I know that in Africa, we do have the expertise and the knowledge which is required to actually not only find solutions, but also to ensure that we can be inclusive. We can be able to open up to others so that we can learn. E-governance is crucial. And indeed, when we talk of e-governance in Africa, we can't forget to talk about leadership. As we know that leadership matters in any situation. I'm privileged today to be part and parcel of this workshop where we aim to propagate and communicate our ideas to you. And remember, knowledge is dynamic. We need to keep on learning. And I believe that through research, we can inform practice. And as well, practice can inform research. I hope that from today, some government institutions will open up doors for us to come and collect data on e-governance or on any other issues so that we can contribute to the development of our nation, Zambia and other African states. It will be a long day today, but I know that with the help of our Almighty God, we are going to ensure that we achieve our objectives. So thank you very much indeed, and enjoy the workshop. Daniel, could you take over, please?
Without further ado, I would like to call upon our guest of honor to give us his remarks. So,
good morning to you all.
good morning.
And good morning to the team that's joining us online, the General Chair, Dr. Suleiman Yerima, the Co-Chair, Dr. Henry Mumbi, and the chairs of the various sessions that we will go through by the end of today, invited participants, friends of the National Health Insurance Scheme. The invitation to NEMA, the National Health Insurance Management Authority, to come and speak on this important governance workshop is timely and divinely appointed. Timely because 2 years ago, NEMA was just a concept, a pile of papers and ideas doing rounds in workshops like this. But today, NEMA, the National Health Insurance Scheme, is flesh and blood. Divinely appointed because at the beginning of an institution of the scale of NEMA, how we store information, particularly health and patient information, becomes cardinal and critical. Perhaps, General Chair, you would permit me to start at the beginning. Around 1991, the government of the Republic of Zambia discovered that provision of healthcare to all your citizens is an economic imperative as much as it is a health equation. And between 1991 to 2011, several attempts had been made by governments to look at a model that provides one ample funding to the health system, at the same time leaving no one behind. By 2012, an actuarial study had been done that proposed that for the health scheme to succeed, it needed to be compulsory. Fast forward 2018, the National Health Insurance Bill was assented to by His Excellency President Teddy Lungu into law. In March 2019, the Honorable Minister of Health inaugurated a 14-man or woman board, and the inception management team was appointed. Between March 2019 and where I stand today in December 2020, the National Health Insurance Management Authority has undertaken the following 7 pillars of implementation. Number 1, we needed to establish a secretariat and board governance systems. My task as Director General and my inception team was to ensure that the best of both worlds, the private sector and the public sector, were brought together in this special purpose vehicle called NEMA. We all understand the power of process and procedure that public institutions excel in, but the downside is that that doesn't deliver timely outputs. I come from a private sector where efficiency and effectiveness are hallmarks of our performance. But in the process, procedure is skipped. So the task we had was to blend the best of both worlds and create an organization that is accountable to the public in terms of performance at personal level, at organization level, and at board level. Second thing we needed to do was to commence registration of members into the scheme, because the Act makes it mandatory for all Zambians aged 18 up to 65 to register into the scheme. Today, upwards of 20,000 principal members have been registered to the scheme. Number 3, we needed to start collecting the funds, the contributions. And the Act prescribes through SI 63 that a percentage of your basic pay, coupled with a percentage from your employer, is your contribution into the fund. Where I stand, just about $500 million kwacha has been collected into the fund. Number 4, we needed to create a benefit package for your contribution. What services at a hospital will you be entitled to? General Chair, Co-Chair, and colleagues here, I'm proud to announce that by February 2020, members of the scheme had access to the widest range of health services ever in Zambia, numbering about 177. The 5th thing we needed to do was for us to now bring on board a family of hospitals through whom the scheme will operate. From an implementation perspective, we needed to tranche our operationalizations. As we speak, all the public health institutions, starting from district hospitals, provincial hospitals, and your teaching hospitals, have been accredited to provide healthcare to the National Health Insurance Authority. Phase 2 has commenced and speaks to bringing private sector participants into the scheme. The first 8 cohorts of private pharmacies have so far been accredited. The 6th pillar was awareness and stakeholder engagement, as we are doing today. Because at the beginning of the scheme, only 4% of Zambians had access to any form of health insurance or the other. That was a time bomb. It was never going to be sustainable that an island of 4 people out of 100 had access to all the best care, whilst your maid and your garden boy didn't have any hope of access to medical care. So you remember in 2018, 2019, cholera broke out. And we thought we were protected. We thought that in Kabulonga and in Woodlands we were safe. Only to realize that our garden boys come from the cholera epicenters. We needed to then mount a high impact campaign to engage key stakeholders to understand the obligations and the duties of the authority. Mr. Chairperson, the last pillar was about systems that the authority needed to operate on. And here is why we accepted to come and speak on this important workshop. Systems. The National Health Insurance Scheme will be the largest holder of personal data for the country. You might think of other schemes that the country is running, your NRC data, which starts when you are 16, your social security data and information, which starts when potentially you are out of university and you are working, and many other forms of national data. But for the first time, from birth to death, from your cradle to your grave, the National Health Insurance Scheme will hold that data. And such sensitive health data requires to be easily available, very secure, and trustworthy. Trustworthy so that the data that we collect and provide to the Ministry of Health and General Government can be relied upon to inform decision-making at government, both central and local government level. Secure, because health data and information by its nature is very sensitive, proprietary, and of a highly confidential nature. Availability, because that time when it took you 1 week to receive information from the post office for us who grew up in the 90s is long gone. Mountains of data, as the authority will hold, will require to be accessed and processed in lightning speed time. And therefore, we are interested in partners as NIMA that are looking to creating important linkages into public institutions for the provision and enhancement of e-governance. And e-governance for NIMA speaks to information that is secure, information that's available and trustworthy. I came here to also take advantage of this occasion to provoke you to register as members of the scheme because it's law. But I also came here to challenge you to be ambassadors, to be apostles and acolytes of this national transformation program. As I conclude, the National Health Insurance Scheme sits on 3 vertices. The first one is solidarity. that those that are richer support those that are poor. Those that are healthier, who goes to hospitals less frequently, support those that are frequenting hospitals. And this is not different from how we have lived as Africans. So General Chair and Co-Chair, when you speak about Africa's capacity to look inwards, to generate ideas and modernize them, I was elated because the National Health Insurance Scheme is about the chilimba that you find in our communities and compounds. It's about how our chiefs managed calamities in the villages by asking each household to contribute a chicken to support that family that was bereaved. The National Health Insurance Scheme is about how our traditional leaders managed weddings, asking you to contribute a cup of meal and millet, put them together to celebrate one's wedding. And so we are asking all of you not to wait for the moment that there is death or catastrophic health condition. We're not asking you to wait when it's wedding time. We're asking you on a monthly basis, aware that health conditions will visit you at any time, to start putting that small chicken month by month into a fund called the National Health Insurance Fund. So this is a homegrown Africa-centric solution to improving our healthcare. General Chair, you have challenged public institutions to open doors to collect data, which data informs practice, and practice feeding back into academia. Your challenge on behalf of NEMA is accepted. Thank you so much for this privilege and enjoy the rest of the day.
Mr. Bona, we sincerely like to congratulate you for the massive achievements that you have already accomplished so far at the National Health Insurance Management Authority. I think from my point of view, you're probably the best person that would have been appointed to manage that authority. I know our guest of honor for a while when he was in the private sector. So, and I was told it's probably one of the most intelligent Zambians we have. And for him for what he has just told us, the achievements that we have so far accomplished there, about 20,000, registration, but also collecting over 500 million, which is half a billion quarter, in the very shortest period of time. So that should be, you should be congratulating yourself, and we are grateful for you. I would like us to give him a hand again. I think without wasting time, according to our program, we are going to have a photo session, and after the photo session, then we are going to go for coffee and tea breaks. But also, I know this of honor, you've done some books which I'm aware of. Hopefully, we can have a conversation outside as we are having a cup of tea. So I'd like to invite all of you to walk outside, and then we'll choose the best place for ourselves where we can have a nice photo, and then we'll have a cup of tea and coffee, and then we'll come back.
I'd like to welcome you back to the program. And we are now starting with the first session. And under this session, we have about 5 presentations that we are going to have. And we are going to start with one that is talking about the exploration of cybersecurity leadership and taking a stakeholder approach in Africa, which is a shared leadership conceptual view. And this one will be taken by Dr. Henry Mumbi of Leicester Castle Business School, the Montfort University in Leicester. Let me just give you a brief of who Dr. Henry Mumbi is, the man who is co-chairing this project. Dr. Henry Mumbi is popularly known as DJ, where he is DJ Shimpundu. He's a senior lecturer in human resource management and organization behavior and program leader for human resource management single honors undergraduate program at the Montfort University in Leicester. He is currently supervising 3 PhDs and several postgraduate dissertations. Henry has set up a virtual community school on Facebook where he teaches and gives advice and support to students around the world for free. And recently he won the Best UK Zambian Scholar Award. He has a PhD in leadership, a master's in management, and a BA in human resource management with distinction, postgraduate diploma in social research methods, postgraduate diploma in voluntary sector management, postgraduate certificate in teaching and learning, university certificate in community research and mental health, a diploma in health and social care, a university certificate in Greek language, certificate in electronics and PC maintenance, and a certificate in private investigations, among other academic qualifications. Dr. Mumbi has applied his academic knowledge in voluntary sector as well as the private sector. He was the founder of Shimpun Limited, where he worked as a consultant for the organization and for individuals. At Community Health Action Trust, he successfully increased the organization's income. For example, £235,000 from the big lottery. These are programs that are funded in the UK. £140,000 from the King's Fund, £12,000 from Lloyd's TSB Foundation, £4,000 from Brent Council, and numerous other small grants. He was involved in securing £50,000 per year for 2 years for Monument Trust and £60,000 per year for 3 years from Brent Social Services and £190 from Brent Primary Care Trust. He has also received numerous research grants. In short, Henry actually is co-chair for this program. And these research interests are numerous. Let me just itemize just one or two: financial management, intelligence and security. In addition, Henry has great interest in student engagement, assessment, and deep learning. This morning is going to give us a presentation on exploration of cybersecurity leadership, taking a stakeholder approach in Africa, and a shared leadership conceptual view. Over to Dr. Mumbi.
Thank you indeed very much. Today, I'm talking about leadership. As I said in my opening remarks, I said leadership matters indeed. So this is my title, The Exploration of Cybersecurity Leadership, Taking a Stakeholder Approach in Africa. So I'm talking about Africa in general. And I'm trying to propose a framework which is called shared leadership. So the aim of this paper is to explore cybersecurity leadership challenges facing African nations. Zambia is one of them. And indeed taking a stakeholder approach. I'm going to look at 3 key questions. What are the challenges of cybersecurity leadership? Why does stakeholders' interest matter in cybersecurity leadership? And indeed, others may ask me and say, Henry, wait a minute. Why should we engage, a lot of stakeholders in cybersecurity leadership? It all depends. We do have unclassified cybersecurity, where indeed I'm proposing for more engagement. The classified cybersecurity is left for the professionals, our intelligence personnel, to look into it. And then thereafter, I'm going to offer some recommendations. And remember, this is a conceptual paper. I'm planning after this to collect data in Zambia as well as Nigeria concerning the shared leadership concept. So to start with, I'm going to be explicit to talk about where I stand regarding the philosophical orientations. I won't go into details regarding the philosophical orientations because philosophy is so wide. I'll just look at 3 elements. And thereafter, I'll try to, in a nutshell, just look at cybersecurity literature, then move on to the concept of leadership, which is highly contested. Leadership is highly contested. In the room, if we were to ask people what leadership is, we're going to see that there will be a variety of constructions. Then I'll look at stakeholder and stakeholder theory, and indeed they propose shared leadership and make recommendations to Africa. And then I have references which I've used for the presentation. So this conceptual paper is based on the ontology of intersubjectivity. What do I mean there? For some of you who are familiar with the ontology, we talk about reality. In this case, my reality is that I'm part of that reality. And in terms of epistemology, how we generate knowledge, I'm going to use constructionism because I believe it's about how I interpret the knowledge which is out there and how I construct the concept on cybersecurity leadership. However, the planned future research can be on pragmatism. For those who are familiar with pragmatism, the father of pragmatism, Charles Peirce in the States, talked about the most important thing when producing knowledge is how useful that knowledge is. And as a researcher, I believe in pragmatism. And indeed, in doing so, I hope that we can mix the methods and forget about the ontologies and the epistemologies. It's about what works within cybersecurity leadership. What's practical? So if we'll take a look at what cybersecurity is, again, it's a highly contested concept, despite being a new phenomenon. Others have argued that it emerged after the post-Cold war agenda due to the advancement in technology, ICT, as well as globalization, geopolitical conditions. However, Hansen and Nussbaum, 2009, suggest that the term was initially used by computer scientists in the early 1990s. And this was to do with insecurities faced by the networked computers. However, the idea has gone beyond only networked computers. So what is cybersecurity? I like the African, scholars there. Ebi Kunle and Oweniyu define cybersecurity as a compendium, a collection of rules and regulations. Collection of rules and regulations that are meant to protect the cyberspace. So no wonder we are here looking at secure, trustworthy e-governance. And there are so many domains. However, the 4 domains of cyber threats could be classified as cyber terrorism, activism, where my colleague, Dr. Yeroma, is going to talk more about that, cyber crime, cyber warfare. So what is the literature on cybersecurity in Africa? When I was conducting our literature on cybersecurity, I was amazed, to discover how little this concept is researched. There is quite a lot in terms of practitioner-based cybersecurity, but in terms of research, it is an under-researched area. This is the combination of cybersecurity and leadership. And we know that cybersecurity has attracted attention for the scholars such as myself and practitioners indeed. And this is due to, as I mentioned earlier on, the advancement in information, communication technology, as well as internet. However, cybersecurity has become a concern for many African nations and indeed its citizens. They're asking questions. Can we trust the governments with our data, our personal data? And indeed, I was impressed by Mr. Kapesa, who assured the nation of Zambia that their data is secured. They are going to have challenges, but indeed they will ensure that they can use the knowledge and expertise available to counteract any threats. So there was initially that reluctance. They were thinking that, the originators of the internet and all this, they didn't anticipate the magnitude of the cyber threats we are facing right now, where my colleague Suleiman will talk about. So there is this notion of big data, which Compos and others are talking about. And this large variety of information, which is flowing, which is involving. When you look at a nation is so complicated. The intricacy comes in it that you find in a nation, there are citizens, the private sector, the government, political parties, NGOs, donors, and other stakeholders. And these people, they do have their own sites, internet, they do have their own programs, etc., etc. So it brings that complication. And there is no one solution. But Global there is talking about a holistic approach. But can we manage a holistic approach whereby some legal systems do not support the framework? Moreover, Grobler there further asserts that there is lack of comprehensive and effective international cyber defense treaties to deal with cyber threats. I know that most governments now, they are engaged in discussions. And for others in Europe, they have ensured that they need to report certain threats so that other nations can learn from them. Due to this factor, the African Union on the 27th of June, 2014, formed a treaty which they called the Cybersecurity Data Protection to ensure that the nations in Africa are not only aware, but they're able to be prepared to face the threats. So what could be the perceived challenges of cybersecurity leadership in Africa? And I emphasize there, perceived coming from perception. The first thing which I noticed, which I mentioned already, there is a gap in knowledge, as little has been researched on the concept. So we need African scholars. We need the voices of African scholars on this concept, which affects us. Because the literature which is available is mainly coming from Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon meaning that, you know, from the West, the UK and America. But the African context might not be applicable to the knowledge which is being produced from all this research, because Africa is unique. And when we talk of Africa, Africa is so diverse. Some people talk about African culture. No, there is no African culture. Africa consists of different countries, and those countries have got different cultures, and those, you know, countries as well have got tribes, ethnicities, etc. We need to ensure that we go deep in there and collect the data to inform our practice. We have also discovered that in Africa, there is ineffective leadership of cyber security. I didn't want to use the word poor leadership, because I know that, you know, Africa is trying by all means. But how can we improve? How can we make the ineffective leadership to be strong leadership towards cybersecurity? And moreover, we need to understand that when it comes to cybersecurity, let us leave to the professionals. Indeed, the professionals are able to call us if they need us. They're able to engage us. But it seems in most African states, there is the influence and interference of the party in government. This entails that some of the special units which are tasked to look at cybersecurity may be diluted, may be forced to take in some staff who are not qualified. We need to ensure that the national interest on cybersecurity comes first, rather than that of the party in government. Because we know that parties come and go. There is also lack of participation of the key stakeholders. I know, I'm aware in Zambia through ZICTA that there's a national body which has incorporated so many stakeholders to look at the issue of cybersecurity. Well done, Zambia, you're doing very well. But ensure that you can do the mapping of stakeholders. Look at those stakeholders who are being left behind, because we can learn from them. The consequences of threats of breaches affects all these stakeholders. I understand being, my background is military, being a security personnel, I understand that some of these issues we're talking about, they're sensitive. And I know that we can separate, as I mentioned earlier on, classified and unclassified. And this is where my emphasis is. Anything which is unclassified, we need to ensure that we engage a variety of stakeholders to find solutions to cybersecurity leadership and governance. There is also lack of investment in training and development. In my opening remarks, I mentioned that knowledge is dynamic. Some of you are going to realize that when we were dealing with computers, we used to have what we call DOS. All those are gone. Things change in technology, they change at a faster pace. Nations need to ensure that they invest in human capital. Training and development should not be only the last minute resort because you have got extra money remaining in the financial year. We need to be proactive in our planning to ensure that our strategy works well regarding cybersecurity leadership and governance in Africa. So I'm not going to talk more on leadership, because we know that when we start talking about leadership, we're going to be disappointed because there is no consensus regarding its meaning. As I initially said, leadership can mean different things. Moreover, if we shift from leadership to who is a leader, again, we're going to be stuck. But when you look at the literature divides the concept of leadership on 3 domains. During my PhD, I wrote in my thesis that leadership is a process and also depends on the context. And within that context, we anticipate outcomes, consequences of the actions when we enact leadership. So according to Daft and others, 2010, they define leadership as the ability to influence. So if we pause a bit and think of cybersecurity leadership and governance, who has got the ability to influence towards that, the attainment of goals? You find that it depends on the context. There will be certain individuals who dominate. Managing directors, director generals, etc. But I'm happy today to hear from Mr. Kapesa the way they are involving a variety of stakeholders. So leadership, in most cases, is referred to a process. And there is this connotation of an individual where you see that an individual is glorified. And an individual has the knowledge. And when you look at our so-called culture, we look up to these leaders. But my approach, as we're going to see, is to say, yes, we need individual leaders, but we need the leaders who are able to engage, who are able to involve others. And we're talking about the involving, not only consulting, actively involving others in decisions of cybersecurity. This takes me to looking at the application of stakeholder theory, which was coined by Freeman. And sometimes when we look at the concept of stakeholders, we talk about stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? The groups or individuals that can affect or affected by the accomplishment of organization purpose. So we mean that stakeholders could be individuals, could be groups. So in this paper, I look at stakeholders as quasi-institutions, political parties, the private sector, the donors, diplomatic circles, NGOs, so many stakeholders, because they have got a stake on cybersecurity. The consequences of the breaches, the consequences of the threats affects them. How are we going to call them on board? So the stakeholder theory is an appropriate lens to critically analyze the notion of cybersecurity leadership, because it takes that holistic view, not only in the identification of stakeholders in the nation, but also trying to rate them, to prioritize, because you find that some stakeholders could not be needed. And then there'll be other stakeholders who'll be knocking on your door. So you need to ensure that you can rate the stakeholders. But in doing so, we need to have principles. Apart from those which I've shared with you from Ford 2005, creating a space, safeguarding credible and reclaiming, suppressed views, we need to ensure that we are transparent, accountable. We need to ensure that there is equity. And we need to ensure that there is consistency in whatever we're trying to engage the stakeholders in. So, what is the proposed framework to deal with cybersecurity leadership? I propose shared leadership. It's in the name, shared leadership. Shared leadership is a dynamic, interactive influence process among individuals in a group. It can be a nation. And the objective is to lead one another in the achievement of group or organizational goals, or both. I know this is a radical view. It's a radical view because leaders out there, they know that they have got the authority, they have got the power. And the question is, how are they going to share that power with others? And if anything goes wrong, who is going to be blamed? But we can argue to say that there is what we call collective responsibility, collective accountability, shared vision. So this is where the shared leadership framework could help us. In my thesis, I define shared leadership to be an emergent type of collective leadership that involves the engagement of internal stakeholders. It's key there. Internal stakeholders, in most cases, in an organization, in a nation, they are ignored. I remember one time when I was in the military, in the Zambia Air Force, and that time our commander was KK. KK used to say that, sometimes you find that, when a foreigner comes, he's going to be given a priority than the local person, the citizen. So in this, it's clear that we need to ensure that we should not ignore the citizens of the country. They are the internal stakeholders. If it is your organization, your employees, if it's a private sector, your employees, the managers. And indeed, if you are a voluntary sector organization or NGO, the volunteers, the trustees, they're the internal stakeholders. So you need to engage them in the activities by acknowledging that everyone has a potential to influence others. It's not only the leader at the top, at the apex of the organization. Others could argue and say that, come on, Henry, how is it possible to engage all the internal stakeholders in an organization? We have got, in my thesis, I divided the activities of leadership into two. There's one activity that I call high-level activity, and then there's the low-level activity of leadership. High-level activity of leadership could be to do with strategy, formulation, decision-making on vital issues. Whereas when you look at low-level, could be the mundane, the ordinary activities that takes place in an organization and in a nation, which may require the involvement of those stakeholders as well. So we can manage that. We can open the doors. So the shared leadership is this notion of involving multiple individuals who step forward to lead. And sometimes they can go. And sometimes they'll be there to continue participating in the leadership process. Because a leader does not have all the answers. Yes, some others can argue that we have in the corporate world where you have the board of directors and you have the chief executive there, and all the functions of an organization are represented there by the head of marketing, head of HR, finance, etc. But you find that when you take that bureaucratic view, you may be failing to achieve your business case, or indeed the objectives. Look somewhere else. Look for those voices which are not represented in your organization, and indeed the nation at large. So then, what could be the perceived benefits of shared leadership? Research has shown that this has got an impact, a positive impact on performance. Because I remember, Mr. Kapesa was talking about, being from the corporate world where there's efficiency, effectiveness. And research has shown that it can help to enhance productivity as well as performance. So why can't we try it in terms of cybersecurity leadership? On the other hand, Hood and Fields, they found that shared leadership could reduce work overload, raw conflict, raw ambiguity, and job stress. So why can't we use this in terms of cyber security leadership? Because we know that if you look at stress, stress is the main factor in organizations. And indeed, in terms of fatigue, when you look at citizens, when things are not going well, they become stressed. And if they can be involved genuinely, then we can reduce that stress. And indeed, the workload can be reduced. And we see that when you look at the leaders we have, they work so hard. Some of them, they don't sleep at night. But if they can engage others in the leadership process, I think even their own stress, they can manage it. We call it self-concept. In how do you look at yourself? When you look in your mirror, who do you see? When you reflect upon your activities in terms of leadership, what else can you do better? And it can foster organizational support, commitment, and also labor management relations. Because your employees, the citizens, they'll think that you care for them and they can add value to cybersecurity leadership. They are given the autonomy, the freedom to participate. However, in theory, it's easier to say this in theory, but in practice, I know there are challenges out there, but we can do it. So the recommendations, what are the recommendations that I'm recommending Africans and indeed my lovely country, Zambia, which I love so much, that I've continued to ensure that I can find some resources we can congregate like this and debate, communicate ideas which are going to shape our present and the future. It is therefore highly recommended Africans should effectively engage the key stakeholders in finding lasting solutions to the challenges of security, of cybersecurity leadership and governance. It's not going to be easy, but it can be done. African states hence need to engage key stakeholders in leadership. And as I mentioned, for the unclassified cybersecurity threats, because we need to ensure that we can separate. Let the intelligence agencies deal with the classified cybersecurity threats. And indeed, as I mentioned, African nations should separate between national interest and that of a political party in power. Because when we talk of cybersecurity leadership, it's going to be there. All these threats we are talking about, the breaches, they're going to be there. But political parties come and go. What system are we going to leave behind to ensure that we have got a trustworthy, secure e-governance? So there has to be meaningful dialogue, which should be initiated with the key stakeholders, and indeed to invest in learning and development. Education, education, education is the key to most of these things I've highlighted above. I'm available to collaborate with anyone on this topic or any other topics, because you have looked at my my research interest, leadership, cybersecurity, any sort of topic. I'm available, and indeed to develop this concept further. I'm extending my hand in Africa, other scholars and practitioners, so that we can form up, most especially in my country, Zambia, so that we can start contributing to this sensitive but rather important issue of cybersecurity. Thank you for listening, and these are my references that I've used for my presentation today. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope I'll be available to answer any questions on my presentation. Thank you indeed.
We thank Dr. Henry Mumbi for that presentation. And what we will do is that we'll have a series of presentations. Then we can have question and answer session. So, urged by sisters behind there, can give us some papers for us to write some questions, because you know we can forget. I know that half of the team here are like me. They are aging and they'll be forgetting. So give us blank papers so that if we develop questions as such wonderful presentations are coming, we can be able to remember after writing the questions. So I'll straight away move to invite another presenter. By the way, presentations are 30 minutes each. Oli Ogbonna. Now let me just say a few things about Oli. Oli Ogbonna is working currently with Vodafone in New Zealand, and I believe he's speaking to us from New Zealand. And Oli is an experienced telecommunications network professional, currently working with Vodafone, New Zealand. He has a bachelor's in electronic engineering from the University of Nigeria and an MBA from Edinburgh Business School, Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh. He holds a certificate in various aspects of process improvement and project management. In his over 15 years in the industry, Oli has been involved in the design, deployment, and technical support of information and communication technology solutions, working with engineering consulting firms, original equipment manufacturers, and mobile network operators. Oli's current research interests are in the areas of technology diffusion and adoption, telecommunications policy formulation and implementation. Oli Ogbonna is the author of a book, Laggard Zone, a perspective on telecommunications technology availability in very late adopter nations like Nigeria. And also he wrote another book, The Migrant. Probably it should have been The Migrant, but it's good also, it is The Migrant, a perspective on human populations and migration, both which can be purchased from Amazon. We can give you a link where you can purchase these two books and maybe the ones to come. Now, Oli is going to speak to us on evaluating e-governance within the constraints of digital divides. May I invite Oli Ogbonna to speak to us now? Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope you can all hear me properly. I just want any feedback to make me know that you can hear me. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay, let me. Okay, I will be speaking on the evaluating e-governance within the constraints of a digital divide. Thank you for a warm introduction. And I'll probably say a few things while I speak. The first being that the closest I've been to Zambia is Lubumbashi in DRC. That was the closest I could get to the borders of Zambia. I've actually not been inside of Zambia proper. And I have a number of Zambian colleagues here. My background is in electronic engineering, and I believe strongly in automation. I believe that we can apply electronic systems to different aspects of human life. And it brings me to say that there is a concept of e-philosophy as I target. And e-philosophy, it emphasizes that you can use digital electronic products, their internet working and communication systems to aid various aspects of human activities and functions. And of course, you would ask, if you look at the screen, when I talk about the e-philosophy, you could apply it to commerce, financial transactions. Another thing you could do is you could apply it to health. I'm happy that we had someone speak about the application of information systems in the health industry. Another area you could apply digital electronics and their communication systems is in education, where you have computer-aided learning, computer-aided testing. And the particular one we're discussing today is about government and governance, and where it deals with civic consultations, policy making, policy implementation. Okay, I'll say this here, and I'll say it by making a very funny statement. I was in a workshop once and two colleagues were having a conversation. One said, and these are two colleagues in a telecommunications firm. One says, you know, our job really isn't building networks, it's selling airtime, recharge cards. And the other one said to him, well, the government has shut down all base stations in a particular part of the country. Why are you not selling recharge cards there? And the interesting thing is this. Everything about the e-philosophy is built on a base. And that base is the ICT infrastructure, the information and communication technology infrastructure. When I look at the ecosystem of this e-philosophy, I see two distinct parts. We have the users and we have the platform. Of course, in between you have the regulators. And I know you have them in Zambia. Now, on the users, you have the individuals who could be, naturally will be human beings, but in the advancement that we are coming to, you have what we call Internet of Things devices. You have machine-to-machine communication, where the person generating the signal could actually be a robot. On the same end of the users, you have institutions, and these could be private institutions, or public institutions, where you have government agencies. On the side of the platform, which is what you use, you have the access end. The access deals with electronic devices that the user takes advantage of to send his signals. So you have your access terminals, you have your user applications, and there's the core of that platform where the bulk of the information processing takes place. And you have a transport infrastructure that connects these core processing nodes. When we look again at this platform, there are three essential ends to it. You have your terminals, your normal telephones, your home routers, your computers, your IoT devices, your smartphones. And then, of course, you have the applications that run on these devices. Messaging systems, like the popular ones, Twitter, and you're using a Facebook. You have the core network servers, which handle your call processing, compute servers, storage servers. Some of these now, as we deploy 5G services, are going to be cloud-based. And you have the transport infrastructure, which handles, on both ends, transport last mile to your users and transport backhaul between your core nodes. Very important. As you deploy the philosophy, as you deploy electronic systems in different aspects of human life, there are different adoption scenarios. You're either dealing with your core functions and or you're supporting or generic tasks. If you look at the history of deploying computer systems, you will notice that there were certain tasks that were easily used for. Computers were easily used for, and then general administrative tasks, keeping records, releasing information internally. But in the governance section, the core functions of government will be dealing with policy making, policy implementation, and of course, in not many countries where you have electronic voting, leadership selection, civic engagement, which has to do with consulting with the people and service provision. Now, if you deploy anything, as an individual, you like to do an assessment of what you're doing. Now, the United Nations decided to release an index, and it says an e-government development index. That index deals with an evaluation of the level of development of e-government in a member state. Now, those surveys are published every 2 years. The 11th one was released in July 2020. And there are three aspects of that survey. The online service index. So what's the scope and quality of your online services as a government? The telecommunication infrastructure index. What's the ICT infrastructure density amongst your population? Access lines per 100 people, the amount of broadband subscription and service they can get. And a third one, which is called the Human Capital Index. And that deals with the potential of that nation to provide children with human capital that will be useful to them as they age. So if a child is born today in 18 years, what are the chances of survival? What's the quality and length of education? And what's the quality of healthcare? Such that in 18 years, how can that child compete against children born in other locations? Now, the interesting thing about the EGDI, the E-Government Development Index, is that it's a ranking. In 2020, 193 member states were part of the report, and the ranks are very high, high, middle, and low. The very high nations have a score between 0.75 and 1, which is the maximum value. The high are between 0.5 and 0.75. The middle are between 0.25 and 0.5. The low are between 0 to 0.25. Now, if you look at the spread, 29% of the people scored very high, 36% of the member states were high, 31% were middle, and 4% low. You may say, what is the other level of disaggregation of this data? Now, another thing that the EGDI takes cognizance of is the income classification of those countries. Now, with the GNI classification of gross national income, some countries are considered high-income nations, some upper middle income, some lower middle income, and the last are low-income nations. I decided to look at the data and do some ranking of my own. I picked up 4 indicators that are part of the EGDI report. One is the e-participation index, the level of engagement, which turns out to be a subset of the online service index. But I decided to put them apart because they also are existed apart. With the EPI, I said, let me pick up the top 15 member states. With the online service index, top 15 member states. Telecommunication infrastructure index, top 15. The human capital index, the top 15. And I can give you about 61 countries populated there because in some positions you have 2 countries. As we go on, we'll look at trends that emerge with respect to these nations. Now, with those slots, you can see the continent spread and the income categorization. From an income level, you see that the high-income countries account for 93% of all the people who showed up in the top level. The upper middle income, 7%. There were 27 countries in that preceding slide, 2 of them upper middle income, 25 of them high income. Continental spread, 67% from Europe, that's 18. Asia had 6, 22%. The Americas, 1, 4%. Oceania, 2, 7%. And when we say Oceania, the 2 countries there are actually New Zealand and Australia, which technically are part of the Commonwealth. I decided to look at other indices to make a bit of a check and comparison. And I picked indices like the Human Development Index, also produced by the United Nations, Doing Business Index, which tells us with respect to countries how easy it is to carry out business activities, registration of business, land titles, legal framework. I also looked at foreign direct investment index, which says if funds were to move to a country, which nations are more likely to get that with respect to investment. And I also looked at the corruption perception index. I know African leaders don't like that a lot, but the reality is, what is the perception about corruption in your community? Now, when I put up the same comparison, top 15 from each category, populated, and I had about 60 countries. You will notice a trend and a pattern. I did the same analysis. Continental basis, 59% Europe, 24% Asia, North America and the Americas, 7%. Africa shows up here, 3%, but that's only one country. Oceania, the same two countries, New Zealand and Australia, 7%. When we look again at the income category, we'll notice another trend, the same trend. The high income people account for 86%. The upper middle income, 14%. I now decided to run some statistical correlation coefficient to see what's the level of correlation. Now, I have to state this, correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation, but it's just to have a look. And I noticed a high degree of correlation between these indices. And the pattern shows some things I will state soon. Most countries within the top performing EGDI components are high income nations. Most of them are based in Europe. And the same countries are among the top performing countries in the other indices of HDI, Doing Business Index, Foreign Direct Investment, and Corruption Perception Index. So what do we see here? The level of implementation of technology shows different strands. And with deployment of digital technologies, I see a divide. We see a divide. And that makes people talk of digital divides. On the national end, you have high-income nations having more access to digital technologies. With respect to age, you see also that younger population are more in tune with new technologies. And this is the major end of the study, production. Few nations drive design, development, and delivery of ICT products. Now, what does that tell us? Remember, I spoke about this platform, and there's a reason why I'm bringing it back again. The terminals, the core network servers, and the transport infrastructure. I'll run a few numbers. If we do a brief random survey, most people on this conference and workshop have smartphones. And the operating system of that smartphone is either on Google Android, on Apple iOS. What do they have in common? They are not American firms, headquarters based in the US. With respect to core network servers, Nokia, Ericsson, Siemens, Samsung, Huawei, they are the major telecoms core processing node vendors. With respect to cloud infrastructure, if you're storing your data in the cloud, these companies are majorly based in China and the US. Amazon currently holds over 30% of the market share. If we look at the servers worldwide, which process services online, 2019, the data shows that Microsoft Windows was responsible for the OS of 72% of servers worldwide. Linux accounted for 13.6%. Another thing to note, these two companies are US based. Now, when we look also at the transport infrastructure, let's assume you're using fiber, broadband access, backhaul. The top 10 enterprises on the global fiber market, 4 countries. These countries and the companies are in the US, Italy, Japan, China, and half of those firms are based in China. On the list of the top 10 global optical transmission and network access equipment companies, who are we first? Nokia second. These 10 companies again, 5 countries. They account for 75% of the market. Now that gets me to a reality check. Those providing most of the global ICT equipment are a few firms in Europe, North America, and Asia. And the nations, predominantly Africa, developing countries, who are heavily dependent on others for ICT infrastructure, need to ascertain and mitigate their risk exposures. We're talking about secure and reliable e-governance. So what do I say? We need a framework of evaluating e-government that captures the risks involved, particularly for countries that are dependent on others, like we are in Africa, for our ICT infrastructure. Based on that, I'm saying instead of having the 3 elements, OSI, TII, HCI, would now have 4, and one of them being the Infrastructure Resiliency Index, which will accommodate resiliency and reliability of our IT infrastructure. There are going to be 3 aspects of that index that proposed. One will be a market structure index. Now, I'll give you an illustration. If you have a market, how fragmented it is. If there's a concentration of, for the sake of a conversation, 3 major telecom operators in Zambia, let's assume they are. What is the market share? What happens if one of those operators goes bankrupt? What's going to be the impact on delivery of e-services in the nation? What happens if that company becomes a dominant player and chooses to run the others out of business? Another thing you're going to ask yourself, second risk, supply chain index. And this is quite important. With COVID-19, if your supplies for certain things were dependent on producers in a part of the world that was hit by COVID-19, there's going to be an impact on you, financially, cost-wise. Another thing that happened, if you remember, was the US president threatened to sanction Huawei and a number of other Chinese firms. What happens if you use products from a particular country and a particular vendor in a particular country? The third thing what I said is going to be part of this Infrastructure Resiliency Index is the Infrastructure Vulnerability Index. Now, from a design point of view, do you have single points of failure on your designs? Can I just take off one node and the entire network will collapse? So there are 3 things that form this Infrastructure Resilience Index I'm proposing. The market structure, make sure no firms are too big to fail. And if they're too big to fail, then they're too big to exist. Make sure that the networks have their supply chain risks well mitigated. No over-dependence on any end of the world. I mean, no one is expecting another Cold War. But if you're not manufacturing, deal with the international politics. Make sure your infrastructure design is such that there's redundancy and there are no single points of failure. So as I said, piecing it all together, we're going to have the EGDI, same EGDI with a core component, which deals with online service index, the ability to access services online, telecommunication infrastructure. What's the density with respect to your infrastructure? How many people have access to voice services, data services, broadband services? And then there's going to be the non-core part, non-core as an entry point. We'll look at the Human Capital Index and the Infrastructure Resiliency Index, which I'm proposing. Now let's say this. I strongly believe in e-government. I strongly believe in automation. But the question I ask, if we all make this transition to automation swiftly, deploying electronic devices to carry our health sector, to carry our education sector, to handle our governance activities, to handle our financial transactions, how are we sure that that infrastructure is resilient to any kind of shocks, be they market-driven, supply chain-driven, or design vulnerabilities? And because of that, I've said, for nations who are highly dependent on others for these devices, there's a need for the performance evaluation to be holistic, accommodating those risks. Holistic, not just with surveys, but with audits to ensure that our infrastructure and that platform of e-philosophy, e-governance, e-commerce can withstand any shock. And as I've said, there will be the core ones, there will be the non-core, which will be based on the Infrastructure Resiliency Index and the Human Capital Index. While the IRI gives a measure of the reliability of the information and communication technology infrastructure used for e-governance in that nation, the HCI will deal with the capacity as well as reliability of that nation's macro environment to provide individuals born today with a certain human capital in future, given the conditions present today. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you all. Very, very inspiring. There are a lot of good things that have come out of there. We'll discuss some of those that will impact on Zambia, like Dr. Mumbi said to us also. I think we can move on again to another presentation by Dr. Suleiman Yarima, who is actually co-chair for this program. And just reading his bio, Dr. Suleiman Yarima is a senior lecturer in cybersecurity at the Montfort University, DMU, in Leicester, UK. He is the program leader of cybersecurity technical professional degree apprenticeship and deputy program leader of digital and technology solutions professional degree apprenticeship at DMU. He holds a first-class Bachelor of Engineering degree in Electrical and Computer Engineering from Federal University of Technology, Mina, in 2000, and an MSc with distinction in Personal Mobile and Satellite Communications from the University of Bradford in 2004. And after obtaining his PhD in Computing from the University of South Wales in 2009, he worked at the University of Ulster and then moved to Queen's University, Belfast, Northern Ireland, where he led the mobile security research team from 2012 to 2017. Dr. Yarima is a certified information systems security professional and a certified ethical hacker. You know hackers. He is ethical hacker, not those hackers who do hack anyhow. His current academic research interests are in applied machine learning, data mining, malware detection, mobile network security and digital forensics, and he has supervised several MSc projects and PhDs in these areas. He has published more than 50 papers in international conferences and journals, and is a regular reviewer for top journals in the field of cybersecurity. He is the project director that has brought us here and principal investigator of the STEGA project, which is funded by GCRF DMU grant. Let me welcome to you Dr. Suleiman Yerima to speak to us. Dr. Yerima, it's your time.
Thank you very much for that warm introduction.
Let me just finish.
All right.
He's going to talk to us about an overview of recent cyber attacks on e-governance worldwide. Very interesting topic. Let's listen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for that introduction. So the presentation I'm giving today is recent cyber attacks on e-governance worldwide, which I believe is important for us to be aware of so that we can learn lessons from and also know what's going on in terms of the cybersecurity issues that affect public services. So we're not going to look at all of them. Of course, there are so many of them. We're just going to look at a few select ones that have happened recently. So the outline of my presentation is as follows. I'm going to start by giving an overview of cyber threats and as they relate to e-government. And then we'll focus on some recent data breaches that have happened from different parts of the world. We'll then look at why these type of breaches succeed, what are the causes of this type of breaches being successful, and then how can they be mitigated. Now, of course, we know that cyber attacks can impact all tiers of government, whether they are national, state, regional, or local. And indeed, many distinct public sector agencies ranging from healthcare, tax, education, police, military, justice system, including courts, environmental protection, are all vulnerable to cyber threats for the simple reason of the fact that they hold sensitive data of a very wide variety and scope. As you've heard from the keynote speech that Mr. Kapesa gave, in the health insurance scheme, of course, there are lots of data will be collected from cradle to grave. And he has already talked about how the protection of this data is a priority for the agency. So, of course, that kind of sensitive data being held is going to be very attractive to those who have the intention of carrying out cyber attacks. Now, the fact that cyber attacks can happen in all tiers of public institutions or e-governance is backed by report from Verizon, which showed that about 16% of the breaches that were reported in their latest annual report that they normally give were targeted at the public sector. Now, that report, interestingly, it excluded the healthcare sector. And the reason for excluding the healthcare sector in this report is because of the fact that in the United States of America, where one of the main focuses of the report is actually targeted, is a private sector thing. So the healthcare is in the hands of the private sector, unlike in Zambia, where most of it is in the hands of the public sector. So when you factor in the fact that cyber attacks in the health sector have been removed from this report, if they were to be included, then that would take that percentage from 16 to much more higher than that. Government data breaches are being reported daily, and thus the security of such organizations has become even more important than before. And I must mention that one thing that is unique about government data is the fact that it is both commercially attractive as well as politically attractive to adversaries. So what this meant here is that, of course, when people get their hands on government data, it could be for the purposes of trying to gain financially, or it could be for the purpose of making a political statement. For example, the so-called hacktivists might just be interested in attacking the government, and so therefore they look for the lowest hanging fruit, whether it's through their website or their data, carry out these breaches to make a statement and to gain attention to whatever cause that they may have. So that's one thing that is interesting about government data. Now, we've been talking about threat actors, and Henry in his presentation mentioned some of these threat actors. So I'm going to revisit it here very briefly. We have those we call the script kiddies, and this name is given to the people who may not have a particular mission in attacking certain targets, but are out there with tools that are automated and are just doing this type of thing for fun. So they're basically hacking for fun, but then they also are considered dangerous because, of course, once you become a target of their attack, the same impact is going to be felt, whether it's been done by a script kiddie or other types of group. And then we have the organized hacking groups. And as you'll see later, one of the breaches I'm going to talk about was carried out by an organized hacking group. This type of hacking groups could also be formed for the purpose of cyber terrorism, which is one of the threats that Henry mentioned in his presentation. And then we have the hacktivists. And I've just mentioned earlier, the government data is attractive to both those who might want to benefit financially or hacktivists that are out there just to carry out some activism in the form of attacking government data to make a statement, or carrying out hacking attacks against government targets to make a statement. Then we have the insider threats, which basically refer to those who are within the organizations who might have one grievance or the other, or might have a particular reason for wanting to breach data from within their organization. And of course, we have the cyber criminals. And these are the entities that operate in an opportunistic fashion, motivated by making money, gaining financially. So therefore, their targets will be wide and varied and indiscriminate. They know where to get the tools to use. They know where to get those that they can commission to do this kind of thing for them, or they might carry it out by themselves. And then we have the nations state. So Henry talked about cyber warfare in his presentation. So this is the kind of thing at that level where we might have sort of cyber warfare between different nation states, or maybe a particular nation state might have an incentive to be carrying out attacks on other nation states, probably for the reason of, say, maybe intellectual property theft or something like that. So this group of actors are well resourced, they're advanced and highly skilled, and will rarely target government data except there is a high incentive to do so, or there's the kind of cyber warfare going on between the target and the attack entity. So the Verizon data breach incident response had the following findings. Interestingly, 70% of the breaches were caused by outsiders. So I just mentioned the insiders as the threats, one of the potential threats as well. But this report, showed that most of the breaches came from outside the government organizations rather than inside it. So it shows that there is growing awareness or growing realization that there is value in government data. So attackers are not only looking at financial institutions or other private organizations where they can, for example, easily get ransom from when they hack into their systems or they hold their systems to ransom. But they're increasingly seeing value in government data. 86% of these breaches were financially motivated. So it means mainly targeted by the cyber criminals. So there is a lot of cybercrime activity going on, this data is being breached for the purpose of gaining financially most of the time. 43% of the breaches were attack on web applications. So, of course, citizens will interact with government services, or employees or other stakeholders will interact with government services primarily via the web. And so this was the main attack vector. So you can see 43% were through web applications. So it means that the main attack vector was via this interface that you interact with the government services. Another interesting statistic was the fact that 27% of malware can be attributed to ransomware. So of course, you know, your malware, which most people call virus, is basically your malicious software that you can get into your system, help attackers to gain a foothold or steal information from your system, or destroy your system in one way or the other. Now, 27% of malware that was discovered was attributed to ransomware. Why that is important is because ransomware is quite an impactful type of malware, because not only will it lead you to losing your data, but it can also make a service unavailable, and both of those are very costly to recover from, if at all you can recover from them. Now let's look at some of those breaches that have taken place recently around the world, looking at different levels of government. So the first one we'll focus on is the attack on the government of Quebec in Canada. So Quebec is a province in Canada, and the data breach that happened potentially impacted 360,000 teachers that were employed by the province, and this was reported in February 2020. The personal information of these professionals were obtained from a database using a stolen username and a password. So a stolen username and a password was used to carry out this breach. So I have a question now to those listening. Of course, I've asked this question last week. What could have been used to prevent this data breach? What approach would have been put in place, or what measures should have been put in place, at least to make this data breach either impossible or difficult to carry out? So I will want an answer at the end of the presentation. It doesn't need to be from technical knowledge. A lot of people already use this type of systems in personally on their devices or on their networks. The second one I'm going to highlight is the attack on the government of Brazil. Now, this was a large-scale breach that led to 92 million Brazilian citizens having their data stolen in October 2019. And this data was reported to be on sale on the dark web in various places and being auctioned to several entities. And of course, you know, your cyber criminals get some of this data that they use to carry out further attacks from the dark web. Several forums exist where they can go and just carry out transactions, buying and selling of this type of data, using it to conduct even further cyber attacks, ransomware deployment, and whatnot. Now, another one I'm going to focus on is the Bulgarian Tax Authority. So this tax agency had its servers breached in July 2019, and the finance minister of Bulgaria admitted that 3% of the agency's database had been compromised. And this was equivalent to the loss of 5 million taxpayers' data. It was the first publicly known major data breach in Bulgaria. Now that is significant because you see, of course, this is the first one that is publicly known. One of the problem with data breaches is the fact that what you know is just a fraction of what actually is happening, because in many cases, public institutions do not make public major data breaches that happen within their organizations. And in many parts of the world, there are no laws that mandates them to do so. Now, another interesting thing about the attack on the Bulgarian Tax Authority was the fact that the attacker released a statement saying that they had been motivated to carry out this attack because the government was corrupt. So this is a classic case of hacktivism, which I was alluding to earlier. Now, this attacker compromised 110 databases, got some confidential information out of them, and released this information to journalists. So by so doing, the attacker was trying to make a point and prove to the journalists that the government was corrupt. Another incident we're going to look at is the Ecuadorian incident. Now, this incident is exposure of personal data of the entire 16.6 million people of Ecuador, which was leaked online in September 2019. Now, it consisted of 20.8 million records in 18 gigabytes of data, which were exposed on an unsecured server located in Miami, Florida, owned by an Ecuadorian company. Now, the database contained information from Ecuadorian government registries, Ecuadorian national banks, automotive associations as well. The scope of the data was quite huge, and the records that were found there also included those that related to the country's president. And many of the records were on were able to allow connections between family members of citizens. So therefore, for example, if you had a record that related to someone, you could easily connect them to their children, their spouse, or their parents through those records. So as you can see on the slide here, the full personal information that were obtainable from that particular data set were things like your full name, your gender, date of birth, place of birth, home address, email address, work phone numbers, marital status, date of marriage, date of death, level of education, name of employer, location, tax ID number, salary information, and other information related to the job. And if an individual had a bank account with the Ecuadorian National Bank, there will also be information about the status of that account, the current balance in that account, and the credit type and amount financed. So when you look at this type of information, it not only has implication to individuals on cyberspace, but can also lead to harm of individuals in the physical world as well. For example, kidnapping and knowing exactly where you could direct your ransom to, because you have all this information about an individual and his family, as well as his job, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, it makes identity theft very easy, which can lead to various forms of fraud. And people will then experience a high level of financial loss because of this type of identity theft activities. So now let us come closer to home and look at a data breach that happened last year in South Africa. So this target was the city of Johannesburg in South Africa. Two attacks happened in 2019. One was hackers accessing the city's computer network and stealing sensitive data, and then threatening to release this data if they weren't paid a ransom in Bitcoins. The second one was a ransomware attack on Johannesburg City Power, owned by the city itself, which left residents without electricity for days. So the attack on City Power was the one that happened first, and then later in the year, the hacking on the city's computer network came about. Now, the websites, e-services, and billing systems were affected. There was a group called the Shadow Kill Hackers that claimed responsibility for the attack on the city's network, and they sent a ransom note warning that they had control of everything on the city, or in the city. The demand they made was for $30,000 equivalent of Bitcoins. And the response by the city's authority was to shut down IT infrastructure, including websites, payment portals, e-services. And there was a confirmation on their Twitter account that the breach did indeed happen. So on this slide, you can see the kind of message that was sent, or that was seen by the employees of the city on their system. And you can see here it's saying your city has been hacked. Hello, Joe Bug City. Here are Shadow Kill hacker speaking. All of your servers and data have been hacked. We have dozens of backdoors inside your city. We control everything, and so on and so forth up to the end. Um, the hackers went to Twitter to post screenshots of the city's Active Directory server, claiming that they had taken down the website also after deactivating the DNS server. The reason why they were doing this is because there was news circulating that it wasn't actually carried out by a hacking group, but they were keen to show that they were responsible for that. Another incident that happened on the same day was that there were several South African banks that suffered what appeared to be distributed denial of service attack that broke down the services of those banks. So the hacking group put this screenshot out to show that they have taken control of Active Directory servers on the network. And they also went onto Twitter to affirm the fact that they were responsible for the attack, but they had nothing to do with the DDoS attack on the banks. Now, having looked at these breaches, some of which were very large in scale, we can consider and examine some of the reasons why these type of breaches do happen or are successful. The breadth and scope of government operation makes it a very rich source of attack. So every attack vector you can think of will be in play for this reason. So when we talk about attack vector, we're talking about means or like the doorways through which you can reach the data that is being collected by an organization, whether it can be via mobile or it can be via the web or it can be via a direct network intrusion and so on and so forth. So some of the common causes of these data breaches include being exposed through what we call insecure APIs. And this comes from the fact that most of the services will be built from third-party components. So these days, when you build applications, it's no longer the way it used to be in the past, where you have to build things from scratch. You're mainly bringing together components that have been created by other third parties, creating a system from those. So in many cases, if those third-party applications, which are exposed through what we call application program interface, are not secure in themselves, they may lead to data exposure. The second cause is misconfiguration of systems or misconfigured systems and services. And this is commonly one of the reasons why intrusions happen and then data become exposed because of lack of properly configuring systems. It could be security systems, it could be ordinary IT systems or the services. This, of course, leads to higher risk of intrusion. Then web security exploits such as SQL injection, of course, because of the fact that the web is the primary means through which interaction will happen with the services, it becomes a very rich source of exploitation using various tools and methods such as SQL injection. Then another common cause is having unupdated or out-of-date software. Now, this can refer to your operating systems, applications. More often than not, even at an individual level, we always get annoyed by the fact that we are always being told to update software or update our operating system because it can be inconvenient. But of course, from the security point of view, it's very, very important to have the latest up-to-date software because most of the time, the vendors of this software, the kind of updates they're issuing out have to do with patches that have been issued to close off vulnerabilities that have been discovered. So of course, if you have out-of-date software, it makes you more likely to be attacked or exploited by any of these hacking methods. Then we have employee errors, and it could be simple errors. For example, sending emails to those who have no business viewing the content of those emails. For example, not taking care of using something like the BCC function, which is the blind copying function, or it could be other types of errors. And then we have what we call the zero-day exploits launched by more advanced attackers. Those are exploits or attack methods that have not yet been exposed to the world. We don't really know about them, so none of our defense systems are able to prevent or stop this type of attacks. And then we have compromised email accounts. And the last but not the least is social engineering. The social engineering refers to any means of deception to lure people into becoming victims of attacks or victims of malware. So common social engineering methods are your phishing attacks and your scam emails. Now, in the era we are in today, the era of COVID, phishing attacks have been on the rise, and it has been one of the primary vectors of getting breaches or malware distributed, because of the fact that they are very effective in harvesting credentials and also distributing malware. So if you look at what social engineering is looking like today, some examples here will illustrate that. These are basically emails, phishing emails that have been sent to people exploiting the fact that we are in a COVID era. So the one on the left is pretending to come from World Health Organization, talking about coronavirus awareness. Now, if you click on that button, safety measures, what you're basically doing is downloading malware onto your system. The one by the right as well shows that you have information about a new an airborne disease that was in February at the peak of the pandemic, and you have references or World Health Organization and CDC being mentioned in the email with links, which basically will lead you to getting your system compromised. And more examples here. One of them is saying it has information on COVID-19. This was also way back in February. And the one on the right has an attachment that basically carries malware. And another method was through fake websites. For example, this one here that was supposed to be showing the number of infections in an area, uh, and also not only that, but also had a bar at the top where people were asked to download a mobile app to be able to see or get more accurate information. And they were also told that that mobile app would be able to alert them whenever they were near a COVID victim or a COVID infected person. So basically, what that mobile app was a fake application that carried a ransomware called COVID Lock, which attacked Android devices and asked victims for ransom. So how do we mitigate the risks to these cyber threats? Henry, in his presentation, already mentioned some of these. Number one is training and user awareness, because this is very effective in mitigating phishing attacks, in mitigating accidental data loss as well. So training and awareness is not going to be confined only to technical staff, but to everybody. Everybody needs to be aware that cybersecurity is a collective responsibility, and everyone has a part to play in making sure that organizations, data, and networks remain safe. Then civilian organizations should emulate military security first approach. Of course, in various studies and surveys around the world, it's been acknowledged that the military is always ahead of civilian organizations when it comes to cybersecurity. Not only do they have the budget, but they also have that approach of taking a security first measure in anything that they do. So civilian organizations have a lot to learn from military organizations. Engaging cyber teams when making decisions about e-government and citizen communication. So if your cyber team is not engaged, you are at greater risk. So this also buttresses what Henry was talking about in his presentation, talking about stakeholder engagement, shared responsibility, and whatnot. So when decisions are being made about key services, key e-government systems that are going to come in place, cybersecurity themes or teams and expertise has to be engaged right from the beginning. Government bodies need to invest more in security housekeeping. What we mean here is things like configuration management, patch management, looking after systems and making sure older systems are not in operation, because this increases the risks of attacks. And then we have tools such as data classification. Basically, what it means here is being aware of your most critical data and protecting that the most. For example, you wouldn't place a critical database that has lots of personal data at the same level as a Twitter page that's being used for publicity. So it's obvious that one will need more protection than the other. And also simply because you can't protect everything and you cannot allocate scarce resources to trying to protect everything. Sharing information and best practice between public and private sector, or even between public sector and public sector. Like for example, those who are ahead of the game, or those who already have a cybersecurity culture, should be sharing best practice with those that are lagging behind. Protecting organization data through legislation, very important. Cyber crime should be recognized as such, not just a victimless incident, and also uh, appropriate, appropriately making citizens aware of their civic responsibility, that protecting data and having a good cyber hygiene should be something that should be seen as a civic responsibility by all citizens. Due diligence is important when you're dealing with third parties. You need to make sure that they have good security processes and controls as well. Regular security audits and security assessments. So you have to involve in the technical expertise or having third parties to always audit your security posture, how your organization is doing in terms of the security and controls and processes. So these are important. And last but not the least, having a business continuity plan in place. So basically, if you are attacked, which is more than likely to happen, what are your plans to make sure that the business or the services continue to run? Basically, having to make your organization resilient to attack, and making sure that you have things like backup or other plans that sees that you recover very, very quickly. So I think that will be the end. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them later on.
We're going to have a lot of questions, but we have pushed all questions at the end so that we get the knowledge. And we have just two more quick, very short presentations before we move on to for lunch break, which I hope is on time. Then we'll have the panel discussion. For now, I would like to invite Dr. Jackson Piri. We are coming back home now. And Dr. Piri is a senior lecturer at the University of Zambia in the Computer Science Department. He has a Bachelor of Computer Science from UNZA, an MSc Computer Science from the University of Western Cape in South Africa, a PhD in Computer Science from HIT in China. His research interests are in digital identity management. He is supervising 18 master students and currently supervising 5 PhD students in the same area. He has supervised and graduated more than 50 students at master level, has more than 100 peer-reviewed publications, which include books, book chapters, and one book that he has written, and is running a number of grant-based research programs, both locally and internationally. Now, Dr. Piri is going to speak to us on identity attributes, metrics modeling using text mining techniques in digital identity systems for e-governance. Dr. Piri, it is your turn.
Thank you, Chair.
He will speak from here, but we'll be able to see, and those who want to follow from the screen will follow from the screen, as well as the main screen where the script will be shown.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, once again, and good afternoon, colleagues who have joined us through the online platform. I hope I'm audible enough for the other colleagues. Here, I think it's okay. Okay, so my presentation is short. I think I'll take about 15 minutes at most. Okay, I'll take about 15 minutes if you notice, so we have time to do the presentation. So like you said, we're just looking at identity management. In short, I think if I can just make it better to more simplified. We want to find more building your identity space. In the real space here, we can see we can pick up some credentials about you, where you stay, where you did your school from, and a few other things. So they're able to identify you. In the cyberspace, most of us we have pseudonyms, Facebook and many of these other places. So you heard, I think, when the person came, one of the guest when he came, he talked about challenges and issues in terms of identity. So how can we build a more solid and scientific digital identity in the cyberspace, something that represents you, but it's solid in the cyberspace? I think that's basically the presentation. So we can begin with the introductions. So one of the challenges that we're trying to deal with is the issue of fraud. The three speakers or two speakers who spoke before me talked about this quite a lot. So the problem in terms of terrorism, financial crimes, drug trafficking, smuggling, and issues with weapons, the smuggling of weapons. All this is made possible because people are able to use either super identities or still identities from other people, and then they can use this to purchase most of these illegal tools. Okay. So the main objective, like I said, is to build an identity in the cyberspace. Okay, thank you. So the main objective is to build an identity that would be solid in the cyberspace, and to do that, we'll go back to the science of data mining, and within the science of data mining, we'll look at what we call term weight. Okay, I'll explain what this one is, and then we'll use some mathematics here to do the build-up of aggregation in order to build something that is relatively solid in the cyberspace. These results, they can use in a number of ways. Okay, thank you. So in terms of the application side, again, I'll give you some examples of where these results have been tried, where they can be applied. The first one is the banking system. I'll get back to this one. And then issues to do with immigration, especially if you want to go to the UK, those who are in Australia, Canada. If you want to migrate here, there's some system there, the online application system. It's point-based, and you need to benchmark that in order for you to get there. The last part where this was tried and applied, or where it's applicable, is when you want to do multi-mode authentication
We want to identify you online, but not using one credential, two credentials, but a little bit more than one credential. And then we apply artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence works with metrics. So the only way to benchmark that is first of all to quantify the identity attributes which are supposed to be assigned to. So I will also show a little bit of this in the next slides. Okay, so here I'm just giving the summary of the science behind in terms of term weight, where has it been applied and what does it mean. So information retrieval, you can check on the internet for software such as Lucene or Smart. These, they apply the science under term weight in order to do that one. Also system metrics, this is used for text information containment when you want to evaluate some websites and information that is carried there. In terms of frequency of text and what we call that, frequency of text and the science behind the probabilities, these are used also in terms of word problems. If you want to count the number of words in a given documents and then rank them and a few other issues, so you come back to this. I think basically these are the components that we integrated in terms of our science. Also, if you want to work with the analysis of images, I think in that term you have to work with metrics also to get around that one. Having said that, like I said again, in terms of the applied side, we have the banking point-based system. If you go to, in those days, now things have changed, but not completely. But if you want to open a bank, they'll tell you, bring the NRC, that is one. What else do they ask for? A bill. Okay, a bill of water or electricity. Then they'll ask you for your the land record or something else. How did they know that actually those are the important documents? Or what informed them? Why should they ask for those documents? So this is part of the science that I want us to deal with, because we're looking at e-governance in Zambia and how can we strengthen that? And I'm just trying to look at that from the security point of view. Okay, so immigration is another issue. If you check the UK, Australia, Canada, they are applying the point-based system. So for this particular research, like I said, we used data mining techniques, and what we used largely was what we call the term weight. Term weight is a component that is found in text mining techniques. That's the science behind it. Then for data mining, we looked for tools instead of just going direct to build our own algorithms. There are tools that are available on the internet. This is the first one, the second one here, and then the text stack, which is the third one. So we used these three to crawl the data to help us to generate certain information that we are looking for, which is as follows. So we used this to generate what we call the term frequency. I will explain what this one is. We use this information to generate what we call the document frequency. We use this information also to generate what we call the correction frequency. It's these parameters that we used now to do the benchmarking. This is the more or less like the current scenario, part of the current scenario. So in order to build a solid identity for you in the cyberspace, we must have some starting points. So we went into the real space to go and pick up whatever is used to identify you. First of all, we have biometrics, the face recognition, hand geometry, signature, fingerprint, the iris, voice, and the rest that you can mention. Then we have issues to do with education. When you're applying for your school, that application form required quite a lot of information, the government, your birth record, birth certificates, marriage, and a few others, travel, the passport, social media, relationships, the bank payment system, shopping, and healthcare, like they mentioned. All these take a lot of information. What we are looking for from here was to extract information such as in most of these services, which one of them will always make sure that actually they want to know what your name is, what your date of birth is, your address, birthplace. Then now we use that science that I showed now, the term weight, the document frequency, and a few other components to now consolidate and build up a solid identity of what you are and who you are in the cyberspace. Okay, so some of the sources where we looked for information were birth certificate. Before you get the birth certificate, you have to apply. So they'll give you a form. So what kind of information is found in that application form? And even the birth certificate, if it's given to you, what information is on that birth certificate: marriage certificate, driver's license, passport, credit card, death certificate, your degree from the university, examination certificate, bank loans, and all these, they acted as sources of the identity attributes. So we looked at the public sector, healthcare, education system, and financial institutions. So here we picked up some forms and some credentials. So those tools that I showed you, this is one of them. Okay, text study. So what we did is we loaded it with the application forms. For a start, we worked with 200 application forms. You can check here. Here on the bottom here, it just shows 200 files. So these are 200 files. So we queried it. In those 200 forms, application forms for those various kind of services, we asked the tool, are you able to run through all these 200 documents and find wherever they are asking for date of birth? It says yes, and then says it found about 426. Okay, points into those 200 where the date of birth was coming in. So this 426 and the 200 are very key in the computation or the aggregation of the identity attributes. So instead of just using one, we used 3, but I'll show you 2, this one, and then the second one is this one. So even this one, we loaded it with the same 200, which is here. The number of files there, 200. I don't know whether this is visible enough. Then we asked the same question, how many times can you find the word date of birth appearing here? And it says 229. You can check this one using 229. The other one was showing how much? The other one was showing 426. So it's the different algorithms and the way they were picking this information. So we had to aggregate this and average them. When this information came through, then now we had to apply the science, okay, in terms of quantification. So we use these formulas. So the first part to understand is the term frequency. So in each document, for example, an application form for you to get your NRC, or an application form for you to apply for university degree, how many times does the word name, just name, how many times does it appear in that document? So those tools will run through that document and then go and extract and count for you. So the number of times the word name appears in that particular document is called term frequency. Okay, so that's the term frequency T in a document D. Okay, and so the story starts from here. Even though you don't understand everything, but if you can pick it up from here, then we can benchmark the rest. So then equation number 1 is used to compute what we call the log frequency weight of the term T in a document D. So this is the formula here. Then the following equation is used to compute what we call the score for the document query pair of the term T for the query queue in the document D. So this one here. Then the third one is this equation that is used to compute what we call the inverse document frequency in the list of the documents. So N is the number of documents that is being queried. And then finally, using these 3, 1, 2, 3, we can now find out in terms of in those 200, how much weight does the word name has, and how much weight does the name, the word age, or date of birth, how much weight does it have? So that is the term frequency. That's it to begin with. So these were the computation. For example, if you pick the first 10, so your card number, this would be the card number for the bank card, the date of birth, your email, fingerprint. So if we do the frequency, correction frequency, document frequency, log frequency, inverse log frequency, and then this is the actual weight. Biometrics at 6.4, username 5.1, and then the rest they just rank in this arrangement. These numbers, because they are scientific, they were scientifically computed, they are solid based on solid data on the ground. You can use these now to apply them in several ways. I can use AI to do proper identification for you, and I can use this also to rank the documents in various ways. Basically, I think this was the part of the basic science for term weight and the a few other parameters in terms of benchmarking or computing the identity attribute. So, in a summary, using 200 forms and using these data mining tools and term weight, were able to compute we're able to just compute the weight of different types of technologies. Where do you use these? So first of all, if you want to go to the UK, Canada, or Australia, or Malaysia, they will give you a form to fill in. In that form, they will give you certain parameters. For example, they'll say, do you have the passport? Yes, if you have the passport, 70 points. How old are you? Of course, they're looking for 25 to 30 years because that is energetic. For those of us beyond that, they'll give you less points. But if you're 25 to 35, you know you have energy, you can contribute more, so they'll give you maybe about 50 points. Education levels, do you have a degree, or undergraduate or postgraduate, or up to a PhD? Is that specialization, for example, in STEM, science? Then those in STEM, for example, they'll get more credits as compared to the others. So this is how they do the segregation. The banks, I've talked about the banks. If you want to open an account, they'll ask you for documents. Those documents, we copied from the Western side, but how they manage to classify that actually passport is more important than the others. This is the more scientific method than the other method. So let's see. Okay, so here I just give an example. If you go to this website, UK Border Agency, you just browse here. You see that actually they're using tiers. It's point-based system. If you want to migrate there, they have to calculate and count. The other one is the one from Australia, 100 points identification check. For example, the passport, 70 points. Birth certificate, 70 points. Something to do with employee, something to do with rate notice, medical card, membership card. So these have these points. So what we did is we got an application form for when you want to apply for a passport. Then we extracted the name, place of birth, date of birth, citizen, ethnicity, race. There were about 19 of these to get out the details that appear on your passport. Then we went back to what we had computed here. These numbers here. For each identity attribute, we added them together for 19 of them. Okay, and what we got, so 19 credential identity attributes. What we got to 6 decimal places was 71.28. So the required is 70. So to some extent, just benchmark that little size that we did. Though we don't know how they computed the 70 in Australia, but this was one of them. Also, we did the computation for the bank arrangement. I did just show the results here and a few others. They were all within the range. So this is for the migration point of view and where the a few other parameters. But this is just the start of the story. The second part that we did was to try and use this by applying artificial intelligence to automatically identify and apply those metrics. So this is an example of neural networks. Neural networks, we use artificial intelligence with the 4 different credentials. These credentials could be biometrics, your phone itself. It's digital, purely digital, everything is online. And then the neural networks, first of all, we train it. And then after we train it, once you push in your details, it will be able to either accept you in or just reject you. So this is it for the neural networks. So these are the parameters that we used for the neural networks to train and allow it to identify you. And yeah, this is the actual prototype using fingerprint implementation and a few other 3 parameters here to try and identify you. Basically, I think this is where this can be used. So I talked about this artificial intelligence. I talked about the point-based system. Just by using the metrics of identifying you. Maybe in the afternoon, I'll talk about one more applied site for where part of this was also applied in trying to do with small-scale farmers here in Zambia. Okay, so I'll end here for now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Phiri. Let's have the last big presentation. And this one is coming from Daniel Mwamba. Daniel has lived in the UK for much of his adult life. And he has been studying there. He has a Bachelor of Honors degree in International Business Management, MBA in Electronic Commerce and a master's degree in digital forensics, and all these were obtained in the UK. He holds both a Zambian and British citizenship, as such, in the UK, is a director of one company that he started there called Mwabu Limited, which is an IT services company. In Zambia, he has another company. He's a director of a company called Digital Forensic Security Consultants, and it is located right here in Zambia. He is a member of Zambian Experts on Cybersecurity formed by ZICTA and the ZABS Technical Committee. He is the chairman or the chairperson, for the sake of the ladies here. He is the chairperson for the Zambian Road Safety Trust. And recently in the UK, he was working as a contractor for the National Health Services there, NHS, which is the largest employer in the United Kingdom with over 5 million employees. As such, his interest is in health informatics, and hence the presentation that he wants to make, which may help our own NIMA in Zambia here. So he's going to give us a presentation entitled Security Concerns, Issues of the Electronic Health Record System to Support the National Health Insurance Scheme in Zambia. Daniel, it's your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for that introduction. My presentation is not going to be very complicated. I was also not getting most of the stuff that Dr. P was talking about. So if you are not getting that, don't think that it's just yourself. I think those mathematical computations were very, very difficult. I think my presentation, I know we are just going about to go for our lunch. So it's going to be short. And like I said, I've got interest in the National Health Insurance Scheme. And that's why I tried to invite our guest of honor so that we can understand more. So what I'm doing is, the background to the presentation is that Zambia, I don't know if you can read that, but Zambia is developing many strategies towards health improving the quality of public health services, which is our health sector itself. This one. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think from the wall to this. No, from the wall. The power cable. Or from the socket on the bottom. It's okay now. Yeah, it seems to be okay. All right, so yeah, getting back to the presentation, it's going to be quick, so I know you're going to go for lunch, but so the thing is about the National Health Insurance Scheme. That's my interest here. Maybe I can continue. Can I continue? So, the presentation is not going there because of
it's like the electronics are telling us you guys are having
just maybe I should just stop, we go for lunch.
This is the last one, and it will be a few minutes.
Yeah.
It's just okay?
I think it's okay. No, that low thing is there. The battery is from your computer there. Yeah. No, this one is not. I think it's on. It's not projecting there. connected.
The screen sharing is not active. Screen sharing is not active.
It's not active.
It's not active. I'm just connected directly
No, I'm sure, yeah. I know you can come and get me and come back in. Yeah, this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for IT. IT tells you telling you that you are hungry, you need some rest, because you may not be able to go continuous more than 2 hours just learning. So there's a suggestion that we break for lunch. Immediately after lunch, we have one more presentation. And after the presentation, we have the discussion. We have a question and answer session. We request our presenters that are outside Zambia to also go with us. I think the lunch is supposed to go up to 13:30 Zambian time. Lunch will sort out this issue. So all this carbon dioxide. So the description for both laptops not active.
Is it active?
Yeah, you can do the active for just
No, this one is not.
Oh, which one we're using?
This one.
This one is class on. So this one is in the battery. This is for this one. This one is to connect. Right.
Okay.
Complex.
You didn't complete.
I did.
What do you call it?
The floor is yours. Take a phone. Please present the presentation.
Tubagiona kuna bamba president ya chama pakati kuna watu samu kwa wakapo binako so mwaenda mwosi kitu wala bora bakuye leo mkumba tukashika
What they did.
For charging this laptop, it's set to position. Put it at a certain position. It's not fitting properly. So like this one, so like this one, we can't run like this. Just to come, just remove the charger. You can't run
Push it down. Things before and back. Things before and back. That is what
Yeah, if we could not take the Tambama slides, Mamona, now tutana. Now tutana ma slides that we tamba if we couldn't. That we Tambama slides. When they are presenting, we can't see the slides. We can't see the slides at all. Technology. Yeah. Good. Hi, Solomon. Hi. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Henry, how are you?
Yes, yeah, fine. And how are you? Just hold on, just hold on.
I'm just entering. You people left me in the cold since. What's happening?
You know what? I've been trying by all means. Sorry, Olabisi.
You don't want me to come inside and
No. We tried by all means because Daniel is has been moving up and down, but I sent the messages and he was trying by all means to do that. You saw the messages I was sending because
I saw them.
Because we decided yesterday to have a third party, and that third party has been doing great.
Okay.
So right now, I think Suleiman wants to come in as well. Hi, Suleiman. Hi.
Okay. All right. Good. Well done, everyone.
But we have always had package up.
Not me primary school.
Yeah, but package up to what? Even we had.
Daniel, you know, there's a mic which is on in the room, and while you were in break, while eating, people could hear the conversation. So make sure that one of the mics should be on mute, and then also could you let in Suleiman in? Suleiman is waiting.
Okay.
Please, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mic is on.
They are back. Let me send it to you. No, you can. No, they not necessarily. I don't think they can, but you can give them this thing. Who is it? It depends who it is. If it's a give both the Zoom and that and the YouTube. Okay. So if it's only one person, it's fine. Doesn't matter. So I'm sending the YouTube link to you now.
Okay. I'll send it to my email and
yeah, I've done that.
Okay, thank you.
I think we are back.
Yeah, you are back. Suleiman, you're back. You're on mute.
Yeah. Oh, you understand? Okay, we are starting from here. I couldn't do the presentation because of some problems, so we are starting my presentation this afternoon. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. All right, so like I said, in my area, my interest is in the National Health Insurance Scheme. As you can see that it actually involves all of us, because all of us at most times or at one time we are going to be patients. So we are also going to be members of the National Health Scheme. Now, this is the website for the National Health Scheme. I think the Director General said quite a lot because actually it is coming from the horse's mouth himself. So my presentation is about three things. The outline is about three things. What they call electronic health record. And then I'll talk a bit about the National Health Insurance Scheme itself. And then talk about some of the challenges and also some of the recommendations that I think should be taken to improve the performance of the National Insurance Health Scheme. So, like I said, electronic health record. I don't know if any of you have heard of this. This is a record. This is a computer software which is used to capture, store, and share patient data in a structured way. So the EHR is able to share medical information among all authorized parties involved in the patient care. This includes clinicians, labs. Clinicians means doctors, nurses, and so on, labs, pharmacies, emergency facilities, nursing home, and so on and so forth. So you can imagine how important this small record is. And in this case, we're talking about it as electronic. Now, the concept for this electronic record started about almost 50 years ago. That's when it was actually thought about that you can have a record of your health that is electronic in the computer other than paper. Now today, the whole ER thing is just beyond the basic record. And when you're talking about a record, it's okay, I'm going to show you in the presentation what that record looks like. But it's not just a basic record, it's something that connects with the performance of the health system, which is the practice, if it's a hospital. And it's also something that is a management tool for the revenue, collecting of money, if they are charging in a private hospital, for example. So it is actually a comprehensive clinical management system. So it caters for everything. And this is a record for an individual. Yeah. And also it manages all the operations in the frontline care to the back office. So frontline care is about the nurses and the doctors. And then the back office, I know we don't have much of that in Zambia. Yeah, but these are to the reception counter, the ones that take your name and things. They're not doctors or anything. They just are, they just get that information. That is the back office stuff. And the frontline are doctors and nurses. This is a diagram of how this record flow looks like. So from registration, then frontline office scheduling, making the chart or making the appointment request, then the patient portal database where all this information sits, then the physician is the doctor, then the notes, and then goes to the billing system, and then if you have to go and collect the medication goes to the pharmacy, or you have to go to the lab, or you have to go to the insurer, like our colleagues for the National Health Insurance Scheme. So this is that's the diagram for that. So like I said, the workflow of that, it's a complete system. So there's a patient sees the doctor, then the frontline office. The patient wants to see the doctor. Then there's a frontline office where there's a receptionist that logs you in for the appointment. And then there's a doctor who should know about the upcoming appointment. So the doctor should know that I'm going to have this patient. There's the pharmacy where you get the medication. Then there's a finance department where you pay. If you go to a small clinic or private clinic, you actually pay. Then there's insurance, which is now connected to the National Health Insurance System here in Zambia, where they actually does the billing and does the claims. And then there's the lab. But there's also a post-encounter where after a while you go out and then you come back to the hospital. Now, the advantage of this of the electronic health electronic record is that it provides high quality integrated care. So you can imagine this is something that is shared. So if you are going to, for example, if you are at UTH and then you go to a private hospital, they will just be able to retrieve your data or your health records, and then the new doctor start working on that. If you go to Ndora Central Hospital, they only do that. So which means that there'll be less kind of accidents, and then the quality of care will be the same care, the same health care that you have been receiving over time. Yeah. So it has got advantages for the patient. If you are getting this kind of, there's this record, it is in the computer. So the advantage is that, like I said, it improves quality of patient care. It also helps providers like the hospitals just to give you better medicine that is already in your record. Yeah. It also allows different hospitals, labs, and so on to share the information and know what is going on. And hence, it reduces errors and also, most importantly, improves your safety. Now, like I said, this is an EHR. And then right now, in our hospitals, you find that we have got these paper records. I don't know if you have been to the hospital where they just type in your name and then your details come. Oh, sorry?
Some hospitals are using smart care.
Oh, smart care. Yes, there's a smart care system that is going to do the HIV thing, isn't it? Is it universal? Do you know about smart care?
Yes.
Is it universal for any health?
I think they deployed in most government hospitals.
As health, as universal?
Yes, especially just to allow that if you are here, you get a service, you go to another hospital, you can just use the card to access the database.
Okay, so how many of you have registered for smart care here? Yeah, how many of you do have that smart care card? You have? No? You don't have? So what happens if you go to the hospital now? Then usually what happens, they write you the form, just the paper thing, and then you get the medicine, and then you go, isn't it? Yeah. So what I'm talking about is now having this electronic card, like the smart card itself, much of, but it has got those. I mean, the security aspect is a concern, but it has got all these advantages in terms of you going anywhere and just give them your name or your NRC and your date of birth, and then they retrieve your records. So now, the thing about this is the great thing about this is tracking patients. So once this is implemented, like I said, you can go to any health facility and you'll be tracked, and then they'll see where, they'll know about the last medicine they gave you. They know about if you have got BP. They know about if you have got all other things that you might be suffering from. So you don't have to start explaining, and then you don't have to start going to the lab for testing and so on and so forth. So it's good for tracking patients. Then again, it's good for sharing. So which means like for doctors, it makes it easy for doctors as well, isn't it? Because the doctor is able to get the similar information from every facility where you're going and where you're coming from. Now, like I said, quick, how many of you have an EHR record? Like I said, those people have got smart care cards. Definitely that is an electronic record. Though it's not universal, we're going to talk about some of the challenges that it has. Now, having said this, this is just a background to my presentation. It's not very long, but I would like to connect the health record to the National Health Insurance Scheme. That is the main purpose of this. So it's just not talking about the record, but how this might work with this. So I've got a small video here. I don't know if you can hear the sound. Audio? Or give you the actual video. Anyway, probably we'll skip the video. Yeah, yes, we'll just skip the video. So the video is basically about how this was promoted by the Ministry of Health, and it was one that they were playing on TV, talking about the National Insurance Health Scheme. It's not very important to see the video because we already had the explanation about this scheme. But I thought just for those who wanted to see something. So the scheme applies to all residents in Zambia, including Zambian citizens and so on and so forth. It benefits all registered members, like we heard from Mr. Kapesa. This includes their wives, children, even adopted, dependents, and so on. So it's a very good system. But I would like to make my argument is that this system, for it to work, we need that electronic record system. And this is why I'm talking about this and why I'm connecting this together. So to become a member, you have to be registered, and now it's compulsory, it's by law. If you're not registered, you can even have penalties. So the government is really enforcing this. And then, so if you are through the employer, you can register, or people can just register directly themselves. And I know, Mr. Dr. Frank, you talked about you have the scheme with your for the farmers. Yes, for the farmers, you have the scheme. Yeah. So now I looked at the scheme itself. I looked at their website and started, thinking about what they're doing. So what they do, there are two things. They register the patients. They also register the hospitals and all other health facilities like labs, pharmacies, and so on. So these people, what they do, they pay a fee to this health insurance scheme. And then when the patient, when you go there as a patient, and you have been paying, they refund these people, the hospitals or the lab. So you just go to the lab for free now if you are a member of the scheme. That's how it's supposed to work. You see that? So these are the private pharmacies, like the way you talked about. This is on their website. So I just got a small clip of that. So there's a pharmacy in Lusaka, in Dolan, and so on. They are not very much, actually, at least those which are on their website. Then these are also hospitals. They, like you said, they have registered all the government hospitals in Zambia. So these are GRZ, and then some of them private, hospices, Chongwe Hospital and so on and so forth, cancer disease, at the UTH. And so what they have is what they call accredited healthcare providers. So these are the organizations that have paid the fee, and they have been accredited for people to go there and use the scheme. So these are so again, there are quite a lot, but this is just a small thing that I got from their website. Now, like you said, they have got a package of benefits, which include like You can go for outpatient, as an outpatient consultation for free. They don't charge you. Then they give you essential drugs. They give you medication for free, according to what they are saying. Or you can be an inpatient, in the hospital admitted, and then you are in the accommodation, or you can go for maternity or dental or any emergency. Yeah. So that's how it works. These are some of the benefits. Yeah. So as you can see, it's very good on paper, isn't it? It sounds like you are in heaven. I think that's why you were saying that. Have you registered yourself? Yeah. So now, in January, they released a statement themselves to say that these are the benefits. I don't know if you can read that. These are the benefits that they have done. The release of benefit package. These are packages that they have done. So very, very good. And they said that we did this after consulting the Ministry of Health, the government, ministries, academia, professional bodies, and so on and so forth. So, everything sounds very, very good so far. Now, these are the benefits. So outpatients, so they have put a table on their website. So outpatients consultation, they cover the cost of consultation. So you don't pay that 10 kwacha or 20 kwacha that you need for consultation. Pharmaceuticals, you go and just get free medication if you have got a card. Investigations, if you go for tests like to the lab, all that for free. So these are their benefits that they have outlined, quite a lot if you go into detail. Now, so for me, the thing is that for this national health scheme to work, it will need to have an EHR record. That is, and it has to come in very quickly to support this system. Because at the moment, according to what I heard from Dr. Kayula's wife, you told me a bit that they actually use the paper. I don't know if everybody has registered the scheme and used the scheme. I've not done that, but that's the weakness of this presentation because I haven't done that. But yeah, but I'm told that there's a paper.
They use a paper. They have a form actually. When you go, you want to register, they will register you there at Levi Mwanawasa quickly or whichever hospital. Then they give you that form to be signed by the health providers. And that, I think that's what goes to NIMA for the health providers to receive money from NIMA.
Yeah. So what happens is you pay NIMA, the scheme registers you, then the scheme registers the hospital. Then when you go to the hospital, they give you free health care. Then the NIMA pay them according to what they have put on paper. So that's how it works.
That's after they've started deducting from the salary.
Or not before? Yes.
No, I'm asking. No, if you can register there and then, because I've taken some people there, clinic. They didn't register. The registration happened just there and then. I took one to UTH, and for government workers, it's direct. But for non-government workers, we have to register ourselves. And then when we are on the roll, we will be given that documentation for the doctors and service providers to sign there, and they are the ones who are going to claim, I suppose. I don't know what happens to that form, but I know that government workers, it's automatic, but for those of us who are not in government, you register.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to find out how in the compliance levels in terms of health insurance compliance.
Okay, I think we haven't had questions yet. To come to the discussions, we're just going through the presentation, but just a bit of missing information because I didn't go to the hospital myself to test it. Yeah. So it's a gap. That's nice, huh? Okay. So now here, this scheme has been working in Ghana since 2002. yeah, according to the information that I gathered. And in Malawi, they have also tried to do something. So Zambia is not the first one, and Zambia was just last year. Other people have been doing this for a long time. Now, to implement as you can see, instead of using that paper, can you imagine if there's that EHR record system for each one of us in Zambia, for example, yeah? So not on paper like the way they are saying. And then all it does is seamlessly, they just goes electronically through the computer there, not on paper, and then it comes back to the hospitals or to the ward. Because what happens if it's on paper, I can just imagine you might also think that why can somebody say, oh, Nadia, I went to this hospital, Nadia hospital, private doctor, in charge, and then claim the money. Don't you see a bit of fraud coming in there? You start using paper stuff. So my argument is that we need an EHR record, but these have been a challenge in Malawi and Ghana, for example. There's lack of government support for this EHR system. There's lack of necessary infrastructure. For example, lack of government support means that, you see, you need a lot of people in the back office to buy the computers, to manage them, infrastructure, and so on. So in terms of computers, if you go to our hospitals, I don't know how many computers you see there in the hospital or in the clinic. So for us to manage this, you need that. Then there's also a bit of electricity. Electricity goes down and so on and so forth. So these are some of the changes that have been identified somewhere else. And I think these also apply to us here in Zambia. Then there are social factors that also affect the performance of this. This is healthcare. Most of our people in the healthcare, they lack the technical IT skills. So you might find the nurses or the doctors are not competent in IT, like our colleague that are helping us, in terms of fixing the internet and so on and so forth. And like I said, I've seen in a system whereby there's continuous training of health workers in terms of IT, but I don't know how many IT training our health workers here go through. Also, there's lack of established career path in what they call health informatics. If you want to go on the internet and just type health informatics, this is a very huge field in health. All these laboratories, managing laboratories, not managing all this, managing information, the back office, coding, what they call medical coding, and so on and so forth. Now, there's a lot of structure and I'll just give you an example where I was working in the what they call National Health Service, which is the biggest employer in Europe for about 5 million workers. Now, at the hospital where I was, the hospital, just like the UTH, now you can imagine that's a small city. Leicester is a small city of about 500, 500,000 people. But the hospital there have got about 15,000 workers. Yeah. Now you can imagine how many we have, about 3 million people here in Lusaka. How many workers are at UTH? If you think about how many workers can be, maybe not more than 5,000. That isn't too much. Or they're about 1,000 or 2,000. Now this is a 500,000, and then you have got about 5,000. This is just full-time staff. Now, out of those 5,000, out of those, there are 15,000. Out of those 15,000, 5,000 of them, they work in the back office, which means they support systems like health informatics, flow of information from one doctor to the other, appointments, entering in the computer, yeah? And then the 10,000 are like what they call like nurses and doctors. And then you have about 5,000 people just supporting all the IT, supporting everything, supporting IT. Now, can you imagine here, even with the few doctors that we have, we can't even pay them. What about paying other 5,000 staff that are just going to be supporting the system? So these are the social factors. Then there are technical factors. Lack of computers especially in the rural areas, or even in the main hospitals there. Yeah. And, even maintenance of those computers, making them run and so on, that doesn't exist. Then also lack of internet connectivity, especially again in the remote areas. Yeah. So these and other factors, mentioned here, long-term funding commitments and so on. So there are quite a lot of problems for us to have that EHR, which will make sure that the insurance schemes work. We need all these, all these factors to work. Then environmental factor, which some of the stuff that we are discussing today. So there is a national ICT strategy, which is not directly connected to the e-health strategy. Yeah. And also within that, because like I said, there are people who are going to be stealing information like the way we learned earlier in the morning about people stealing government data. So unless there are strategies that will enforce the use of that data, then this thing won't succeed. So these are security issues to ensure that these things run properly. And just an example, in the US, you can see the various strategies and policies that have been put in place because those have got advanced systems. So us would need to come up with loads and lots of policies to ensure that we protect the data for people and to allow these systems to work. So coming to the end of this presentation is if we want our systems to work properly, then we need to start looking at health informatics. I don't know if there is a course in health informatics here in Zambia. From the University of Zambia or anywhere, or University of Lusaka, do you have health informatics? This is a very big field, and if you want to study this, this is a growing field because health applies to all of us. Then there's need for government to allow all other stakeholders like us to participate in this process to develop these health record systems. There is a need to invest in infrastructures, computers and so on. There's need to develop the strategies, the frameworks, the policies, and so on to guide this. There's need to allocate different budgets, not just for doctors and nurses, but also for back office staff, and develop laws that will protect our data. At the moment, I don't think we have got enough laws to protect ourselves. Even the data protection law, is it law? There's no data protection in this country. So you can imagine we are very, very far away. So summary, like I said, I think it's a long road ahead of us for us to have this. And for that thing that we talked about this morning, for it to work properly, I think there's need for HCR systems to be put in place. Like I said, I didn't go to the hospitals to find out myself. This is a limitation of this presentation. But I'm sure, I hope that you have got a bit of idea of the EHR and the work of this system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation and probably the concept of involving everyone. Our president is always say, doing things without leaving anyone behind. And if you don't participate, sometimes you may leave you. Those that are watching us on these electronic platforms, you are welcome to throw in your questions using the system, and our IT man will read those questions to us. But here we can entertain questions directly for the participants in this room. I know you wrote something, and then I'm calling back all the presenters. We have had 5 presentations, and I'm hoping that all the 5 are online so that we can handle the questions pertaining to the presentations that we have had. Any question? Well, the question there, but it has gone out. It's the owner of the question. Any questions? There were hands that were almost coming up when presentations were being done. Yes, yes. This is to what you can do as you are giving us a question is tell us your name. We didn't do an introduction for a reason, but we can now know you, and you can tell us the institution that you are coming from.
My name is Wezi Swai. I'm an information security analyst coming from Rema Consultants. My question goes to the last presenter. I think there's something I missed out from both the presentation and the director for.
If you speak through the chair, everyone will hear you.
Sorry, yeah, the guest of honor. I just wanted to find out where we are now with this system. Is it already there or something is being done? The health record system.
So the question from Mr. Siwale is that is the health record system working already in Zambia, or it's something that we need to go to? Daniel,
I can answer. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, the health record system, there's no health record system in Zambia at the moment. Yeah, there is, because the health record system is one system that you have to take to share among all service providers. So which means if I go to Dollar Hospital, they can just keep those things. If I come to UTH, if I go to Livingstone, so the UTH should have a database which all these service providers can log in and get information. I think if we have that system, that would be good.
So let's say I have a prototype. How would you help me?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yes, you know, like the way the direction of what he was saying, they are looking for people that can come up with solutions. You can find it in one area, for example. Yeah, it's acceptable, I'm sure.
It's very clear we don't have the electronic health record, which is shared amongst all the health providers. But what we have is a register. NIMA has a register. If you register, put you on that register. That is very obvious. But it has not been done in what Daniel is talking about here, which is required. Of course, my question for me was, if this is available and given to everyone, in the institution, will there be specific people to handle it? Because if, for example, they have that record and then they give all the hospitals, including the private ones and all the pharmacies, everyone may have access to my sickness. Where is the privacy? How will it work? I wish the director was here. Or is there somebody who would interview?
I think Dr. wants to answer.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
I can answer that question. Normally, in the care setting, there is what we call shared confidentiality. So, in other ways, when the programmers will be looking at it, they'll be looking at access levels. So, you need clearance for certain information. It doesn't mean that everyone will be seeing the same things. So it seems like, for example, when you're going for an appointment, to book an appointment, the receptionist will only see certain details. They won't see all the ranges of the diseases which you carry and so on. There will be a level of access. And then again, when you're going to see, the pharmacies and so on, so there's that restrictness of access to information. And all that is built in the program. So it doesn't mean that everyone will know that I've got Ebola, I've got syphilis, or something like that. No, the other information will be hidden. Is that clear?
Do we have any? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I want to find out first. I asked my question to different centers
So this time is open for questions because we don't have the question in advance to say this one answer. So ask any questions from the presentation. And then the relevant person will answer. All right. My name is Village Shabani from the lecture an ICT security practitioner. Sorry, sorry. We're only using. Let's be together. We're only using 2 microphones. This laptop and that one. So is it possible if you're asking a question, you come here so that these 2 mic where Daniel is? Yeah. So you can switch on that one. Can I sit here?
Yeah, no, sit here.
First of all, I would like to appreciate and thank the WoSTEG2020 Zambia chapter, if I may be allowed to call you like that, for having invited me to this presentation, workshop. My first is a comment to the presentation which was given earlier by Dr. Henry Mumbi. He talked about shared leadership of cybersecurity in Africa. It was so encouraging to hear Mr. Kapesa this morning saying, as far as NIMA is concerned, they will open their doors to researchers and academics. But that's what is currently lacking in Zambia and many other sub-Saharan African countries. Because the issue of cybersecurity is a kind of a taboo. You go in town, you want to see an IT manager with very simple research questions. Oftentimes, you kind of hit a brick wall. Now, if we have to be successful in the e-governance in Africa, taking into account all the recommendations Dr. Mumbi presented there, and even Oli from New Zealand, one aspect is that shared responsibility. Because you are looking at an ordinary user in a township or in a village to get access to your system through these endpoint devices. You are saying you can go to our website and you can register using your mobile or your laptop if you have internet connectivity. Now, if we do not train these users of the risks involved, and this is the challenge in Africa, we have hundreds of ethnic groups. Not all of us are familiar or proficient in English. So there is a need for all stakeholders, academics should be brought on board so that, because the technology is already there, I think some of you who are familiar with artificial intelligence, there is a technology known as the natural language processing. We should be able to kind of design systems which can speak to a Kaonde, which can speak to a Tumbuka, which can speak to a Bemba, a Lozi, and so forth. For us to be successful, because in cybersecurity we say the strength of the system is a chain, and the chain is as strong as its weakest link. And the weakest link in cybersecurity is the user, whether an employee within the corporate or a consumer of human services at home. So we need to really kind of bring our heads together so that we sort out this issue. Difference of languages. Because if you give this help online in English, some of our folks in the villages, they are not very familiar with this language. So the translation of whatever policies and the procedures and the training should be translated in the local languages. That was my comment. My question to Oli said something very interesting. That when you look at the reality in Africa, in terms of IT, we are consumers. We produce very little. From software, hardware boxes, network infrastructure. We all depend on external suppliers. Now, I want to ask Oli this question. Don't you see that our continent may be kind of it's a potential victim of some cyber colonization? It's a big word, but it's a thought that we need to give it the attention it deserves. Because in other jurisdictions, there were some implementers and other service providers who were bad. But you find in many African countries, those are our preferred implementers. So that's a question to Oli. To Dr. Yerima, this morning BBC has reported that FireEye, one of the top US cybersecurity service providers that is even working with the US government, was hacked by some external, supposedly malicious actors. Their share on the stock market has even kind of plunged. Now, the reality is that even if we deploy the best cybersecurity solutions, it's not a question of if we can be hacked or attacked. The question is when we'll be attacked. So, in Africa, we are very much behind. And by the way, I think a number of you are in the industry. You know that there is shortage of skills all over the world in terms of cybersecurity professionals. And if I take an example of the US and the UK, you do not practice ICT security if you are not security vetted. And this is where Dr. Mumbi was responding to one of the concerns in terms of access level to sensitive data like the patient records and so forth. Currently, we don't have that policy in Zambia. Anyone can work with a diploma or degree from wherever. If they say I'm a certified ethical hacker, whoever goes to that job, they will give them. There is no security vetting. At least locally here, I've seen sometimes organizations requesting for police clearance, but on the ICT security, that is a loophole. So we need to kind of, again, go back to our policies, because the last ICT, national ICT policy in the country is that of 2006. So we need to revise the policy. In terms of cyber security legislations, we only have the Electronic Communication and Transaction Act of 2009. From that year to today, almost 11 years have elapsed. A lot of things have changed in the industry. We didn't have this vibe we have today of social media. At that time, there was very little of cloud computing, and yet you find many of our service providers in Zambia today, they are shipping their data in the cloud. Who owns that data? Is it you, the company who collected the personal information from users and consumers like me, or your service provider in the cloud? So those are the issues. So my short question to Dr. Yerima is, where do we stand today as Africa in terms of capacity building? He's a professional, and he knows too well that it takes a lot of resources, both human and financial, to build the infrastructure we need for proper research in ICT security, and even for monitoring the threats in real time. Now, the challenge in Africa is that our government, they are facing these challenges because most of our economies, they are still kind of hybrid economies. We've automated part of our operations, other parts of our activities are still manual. So when do we get resources in terms of budgeting? Do you allocate $1 million US for buying this very advanced IT system to protect the country? Or do you allocate this $1 million to build maybe 20 schools in the rural area? And yet, the cyber way is open to all of us. We are in that traffic. So my concern is that we really need to balance acts because we can no longer pretend that, no, our economies are very small, we cannot be hacked. There are so many hackers out there and the motives are very different. Some they just hack for the pleasure of hacking. It's not a question of stealing money. So those are the challenges we are facing today, and I would like to thank you. And that's the end of my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for those questions. Is there any other person that would like to ask a question? So that we have a set of questions. Any other? Maybe the questions will come from the other questions. Okay. We only have 30 minutes for that. Yes, Oli and Rima, you have those two questions. Only the question is that isn't Africa a potential victim of, I'll call it cyber colonialism? Isn't Africa a potential victim? And then to Dr. Nima, the question is that where do we stand in Africa in terms of capacity building against cyber attacking? And maybe cyber bullying, there's such a thing. Eh? Yeah, cyber attacking and cyber bullying. Those two questions, who begins? Oli, could you begin, please?
Okay, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for your contribution. I'll hit it straight on. Cyber colonialism. In reality, conceptually, we own our own space. Africans own their space. We run our policies. We determine how we intend to implement them, and we can put in all the safeguards. Where the challenge is in the compromise by our policymakers. So top down, and let me speak as an engineer from a systems point of view. We have a complete overview of the ICT infrastructure. The question now is taking ownership and saying, and which is why I say we need to put this framework for evaluation of our resilience. You own your market. You're the one who issue the licenses. You're the one who should be able to monitor and say, I may not be able to develop this equipment. However, some of these, if not all of these equipment, are built on standards. What is my level of exposure to each vendor? It's not rocket science. Forgive me for saying that. What is my level of exposure? And let's look at it this way. There are open standards, open interconnection. There are certain security layers you can put in to prevent unnecessary, I'll call it unnecessary espionage. But here's the reality. From a systems level, speaking as an engineer, you own the design. But at component level, you are acquiring the components. That is where, irrespective of who is giving you the component, you can now sit down and say, And I'll put it this way. For instance, on issues of data management, cloud does not mean it has to be overseas. Cloud is only a concept for distributed storage. It does not mean it has to be overseas. There is nowhere your medical records of your citizens should be hosted on servers outside Zambia. You can build 20 of those servers in 20 different locations. Now, but you see, these are statements that have to be made at a design level by our own people. But you see, what normally happens is, and I've seen it all too often, we have a few people show up, speak as though they are very enlightened, and we sign off all sorts of agreements. No. I mean, at times with a bit of inferiority, if the person's skin color is different from yours, you think he's smarter. You ask the relevant questions, and that's why I say you have, from a security point of view, complete overview. Now, it's at that point you can say, yes, I'm acquiring this from you, but I own the framework, I own the design, and I can monitor it completely. And which is where you speak of security clearances. Our regulators in a number of cases have almost capitulated to the market players. So instead of the regulators regulating the market is you call it regulatory capture. And yes, I can understand the fear. You may say cyber colonialism, but here is what it is. There are certain standards that give us complete ability to monitor what happens on our networks. Where we may have challenges is in having sincere policymakers who don't just sign anything they are given, but who, even when they attend those conferences, tell the participants, okay, I'll get back to my technical experts to do a complete review of these things you're telling me. So yes, we have challenges with respect to manufacture. We don't have challenges with respect to understanding the system. And that is where, no matter what technology, and I stated that, no matter what technology we want to deploy, we have competent engineers all over Africa who can look at it and say, from an end-to-end system level, these are the loopholes, and these are ways to check it. Once we do not compromise in policymaking and complete oversight, no matter what anybody wants to do, we are ready for the person. However, when we assume that anything and I say that lightly, anything important is good, or without vetting anything, then yes, there is a problem. And I've said that, I've seen it in different situations in Africa. We are unwilling to question certain things when it comes from certain quarters, particularly if we are told we're not the ones funding it, it's going to come by a grant. But there's no free lunch even in Freetown. So yes, there are challenges, but we have what it takes to deal with those challenges. And I'll give you a second way around it. There are multiple players. So reduce your level of exposure to any one of those players. So you don't end up with a situation where if one vendor gets outlawed by your partners, your entire system collapses. We must plan, we must monitor the plans, and we must maintain oversight. The moment we stop doing those, there is a challenge. Thank you very much. If there's anything else out.
Thank you so much. Waiting for the other question for Dr. Solomon. Yerima. Can I repeat it? It was something in summary like where do we stand in Africa in terms of capacity building for what we are talking about today?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. The question that was asked was had various aspects to it and loaded in many ways. But before I go on to give an answer to that specifically, I want to address some of the comments. One of the things I noted was the fact that it was mentioned that attacks are inevitable. And that is true. It's just like we know that as humans, we have to live with sickness and disease. Inevitably, we're going to get sick sometimes, but that doesn't mean that we should not take preventive measures. We are always constantly battling diseases, constantly researching, new ones come up, but we don't just give up and say, well, it's inevitable that we're going to have diseases, so we have to be complacent. One of the things I remember when I started doing cybersecurity many years ago, I used to hear a lot of something being said very frequently, that antiviruses are completely useless. And I never understood what that meant until I started studying malware. And it is very true. Antiviruses are completely useless, but you can't live without one. You can't not have an antivirus installed on your system. It's not going to stop malware from getting in, but you have to have it. Because if you do not have it, you are going to be exposed, your attack surface is going to be much wider than it is. So it's one of those things you have to have. And of course, I know if we are going to go into technicalities of cybersecurity, we always say when it comes to security, there should be several layers of controls. You're just not going to depend on only one type of control. You're going to look at processes, people, technology, and even at that, there has to be several levels. So you have to have several prongs of defenses or layers of defenses. Right. Having said that, there was mention of vetting, that there should be a need to vet people before they can be involved in cybersecurity or securing systems. Actually, that's not a necessity, because I remember even in the UK here, there are certain things, it depends on how the confidentiality level that's involved. There are certain things you cannot do without being vetted, but most people who are involved in cybersecurity and most cybersecurity professionals will not need vetting to be able to carry out most of their day-to-day defense or offensive work that they are doing. But at certain levels, those vettings will be needed. I just want to also quickly address the thing that was said about risk, about cloud and the risks of cloud. Oli had just mentioned the fact that cloud doesn't mean it has to be a third-party platform that somebody hosts your data for you. But if you have to rely on that type of service, this is where data classification as a tool comes in. You need to know what is your most critical data, understand your data very well. Then you will be able to look at it at the technical level and say, well, there is less risk if I allow part of it to be hosted somewhere, or if I allow some of my processes and services to go through the cloud, there is no problem. But for those that are most critical, we have to find a way to reduce the risk of having leakage through that kind of channel. So where do we stand in terms of capacity building? That's a very interesting question. It's not an easy one to give a straight answer to. We have a long way to go, just like the speaker was saying, or the question I was saying, that in the world today, there's a shortage of cybersecurity. And that's one thing that we've had over the years, there is shortage of cybersecurity everywhere. So where do we stand in terms of capacity building? We're very long way behind. However, what I feel is needed to address this is to have a long-term strategy. So do we have, as a country, as a continent, long-term strategies that we are committed to? And I'll give example with the national cybersecurity strategy that we have in the UK here. The last one was a 5-year strategy from 2016 to 2021, so it's due for renewal. Within that 5-year strategy, there was investment. What was pledged or committed was to invest 1.9 billion in defending systems, infrastructure, deterring adversaries, and developing whole society capability from the biggest companies to individual citizens. And now the pillars, very simply put, of the strategy are three: defend, deter, and develop. So that develop aspect also had a substantial part of that budget, which was to look at all the ways that they were going to develop all the capability that is needed, even going right down to things like cyber first, where they're going into schools, trying to encourage girls to take up cybersecurity as a profession in future. So this type of strategy was, of course, developed with great deal of consultation being made. So for me, I think that's one of the places to start. And one of the closing things Oli was saying was planning and sticking to the plan. So I believe a long-term strategy is one way to start addressing this. If one is not already in place, it's a good time to start thinking of one. And of course, if one is already in place, we'll be thinking of when you're renewing it, how you put all of these things into those strategy documents. For the UK National Cybersecurity Document, you can find it on the gov.uk website. It's an 80-page document, freely available in many languages, translated into Arabic, French, whatever language you may understand. So I'll stop here. I hope I've answered the question to some extent.
Thank you so much. We will now move on. I also have a lot of questions that are meant for the panel discussion. A variety of them will come back to that. I would like to see if we can put an end to all the presentations. So I'm going to invite Monde to come and do a presentation. Chimuka Monde is from the University of Zambia. Those are the details I have about him, and he's going to make a presentation on application of biometric and blockchain-based electronic voting system in addressing COVID-19 in Africa. I was almost excited with the voting system because we are going towards votes in 2021, and I know a few African countries will be voting soon. And I hope it would have been a very good voting system where we don't experience American experience today. Thereafter, we are going to have Simukanga. No, Dr. Piri will present this on e-governance system and a case study of the development of small-scale farmers, something that is at my heart. For now, Chimuka Monde, it's all yours. You have about 15 minutes to do this discussion so that we can catch up with time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to say all protocol observed. I'll be sharing a presentation on biometric and blockchain-based electronic voting system in addressing COVID-19 in Africa. This is my outline. Yeah, thank you. So this is the outline. We have introduction, background to the research, review of the literature, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion, not forgetting the references used in this discussion. So e-governance utilizes digital technologies to provide public services in an efficient and user-satisfactory way. So if we can take, for example, ZRA, citizens now can opt to fill in and upload tax forms online, saving hours of needless waiting time instead of going to a government to file in their taxes. E-democracy uses emerging technologies to promote the involvement of citizens in the events and decision-making process of the government. Electronic voting, for instance, will give voters a simple and easy voting experience, encouraging more citizens to vote, as compared to going to a physical place to vote. So what is voting? Voting is a method to make a collective decision or express an opinion amongst the meeting or electorate. During voting, the person to be elected is the candidate of an election, and the person who casts the ballot for their chosen candidate is a voter. In democracy, voting presents a method by which voters make a decision between a well-defined options, which can be part of an election or a policy referendum. Electronic voting or e-voting can be defined by employing electronic means or information technologies to conduct voting procedures. Electronic voting as a term encompasses a broad range of voting systems that apply electronic elements in one way or more steps of the electoral cycle. When it comes to e-voting, there are two types of e-voting. There's e-voting that takes place in a controlled environment, and there's another e-voting that will take place away from a controlled environment. The controlled environment is called supervised e-voting, which requires authorities to manage and supervise the voting in person. Remote voting is performed within the voter's sole influence, without any authority supervision. Current electronic voting systems used today are not ideal and face different issues like authentication, privacy, and data integrity. Moreover, supervised e-voting demands that the voting be controlled and supervised in person by authorities, with voters coming from various parts of the country and returning to their homes after casting their ballots. COVID-19 can easily be spread by the government representatives, electoral authorities, and voters. In this study, the authors proposed the use of biometric data, such as the fingerprint, and we leverage the inherent properties of blockchain to implement a blockchain-based remote voting system. Benefits of using blockchain technology include integrity, anonymity, and non-integration, which are critical for a voting system. These are the literature reviewed. We have one, blockchain-based e-voting as a service, where the authors highlight the fundamental characteristics of voting, which include accessibility, accuracy, and privacy. The authors also highlight how blockchain can impose or enforce the fundamental characteristics of voting. In another research topic, the authors highlight the need for electronic voting systems to include encryption to ensure transparency, security, audit, and security for a vote. The authors also highlight the use of biometric data in e-voting system. Whilst in another research topic, the authors highlight the security requirements that either online voting or traditional paper-based voting should satisfy. We also took looked at the gaps in the various journals. With the advent of COVID-19, proposed solution which promotes supervised e-voting, which still requires voters and electoral authorities to interact physically. So with this one, what will happen is there will be a spread of COVID-19 as we will have both the voters and electoral authorities interacting. And using of a central or shared fingerprint scanner might lead to actual spread of COVID-19. Imagine a case where, as we are about to cast a vote, we all have to authenticate using one shared fingerprint scanner. That way we share the disease easily. Towards blockchain-based e-voting, the authors do not clearly state what technology or device will be used to capture and scan the fingerprints. When it comes to using blockchain in public systems, the key example we can look at is Estonia, which has implemented blockchain technology in national health, judicial, legislative, security, and commercial code systems in 2012, and has continued exploring the use of blockchain in the voting process. Another country that used blockchain was South Korea, where a local government election was successfully held in 2017. In this study, the authors adopted an object-oriented software development methodology. This is a design where system designers think in terms of things or real-life objects instead of operations and functions. The methodology ensures that the system being developed is refined, transformed through various phases of analysis, design, coding, and testing. To gather system requirements, the authors held discussions with various stakeholders. These are former polling station assistants, and as well as voters, to gather desired system features. And to model the proposed system, the authors used UML diagrams such as the use case and sequence diagrams, which will be shown. The use case is shown here, while the sequence diagram is shown here. The authors implemented the blockchain-based e-voting system using the following programming languages. So we use Java, Python, JSON, and for our development tools, Android Studio, PyCharm, Open, and GitHub for code versioning. So at the end of the day, this was the application that was developed, where users will have to authenticate using their fingerprint to access the feature that the app offers. And then once the authentication is successful, the users are now shown a navigation menu of which if they click on generate election, they are shown the elections that are currently running. So step one, a user scans his or her fingerprint and uses his or her credentials and check to the national citizen database to determine if he or she is an eligible voter. If there's anything missing, an appropriate message will be displayed. Else, after successful validation, a user is shown the navigation menu. If there is a running election, the mobile app will display the name and lifetime of the election. When the user clicks on the running election, the user's public key is then checked in the blockchain. So we check the user's public key to confirm that this user has not yet voted in that particular election. And when the user clicks on the running election, the following is shown. So we have elections that are per category. In this instance, we have presidential, and there's a national assembly as well running. So per each category, the user is supposed to select only one candidate, of which the selection is shown here, where we have the presidential and national assembly. And then when the user clicks on vote, again, they have to confirm, because what we foresaw happening is where situation whereby someone quite well logs in the mobile application and then hands over the phone to someone else to vote. This can be an adversary who's trying to promote, who's trying to channel the elections in someone's favor. So then before casting the vote, the user who's logged in again has to authenticate in order for them to vote. So a list of candidates is displayed. A user browses the list and selects only one candidate for his or her choice per election category. The user submits the vote, and a final biometric submission is required to ensure the vote is submitted by the actual user. So in the blockchain, what we have here is a representation of a block where we have a timestamp, the last hash of the previous block, and the current hash of this current block, the announce, difficult level, and then here is where we have the data, which is key to us. In the data, then we have the input object and the output object. In the input object, we have information relating to the actual user who has logged into this application. So we have the timestamp, which shows the time at which this vote was submitted, and the public key of the user, the signature as well, and not forgetting the fingerprint which has been hashed of the user. And then in the output object, we have the election ID. This helps us to determine which election is running and this user has cast this ballot for. And then we have categories. So in this case, this user has voted for one candidate in the presidential election and one candidate in the National Assembly. So to identify, if you notice, to identify the candidates, we're not using any personal identifiable information. We're using the public key of the candidates, of which in this case, for this candidate selected, the public key is this one shown here, and for the candidate selected in the National Assembly, the public key is shown here. So the blockchain enables creating a pool of voters by generating unique key pairs, which are the private key and public key, which can be used to present the voter population and the candidates. A single voting token may be issued to every voter corresponding to the unique public key, thereby representing a unique voter. Similarly, some public keys are reserved to identify candidates, which may then be used to transfer the voting key from voters. The voting transaction generated by the voter contains the transfer of the token to his desired candidate as a receiver's address. The transaction then becomes part of the blockchain, which is confirmed into a block by the miners. So in this study, we only focused at two processes of the election, which is the pre-selection and the election phase. In the pre-selection, which candidates and eligible voters are registered, and in the election phase, where the actual voting takes place, in which eligible voters are able to cast ballots from any location that is accessible to the internet. So the main actors in this system proposed are the administrator, the candidate, and the voters. The administrator just sets up the election, the list of candidates, registers the eligible voters, and decides the lifetime of the election. Will this election last for a day or two, or is it going to run for a week? The candidates generate their public keys, private and public key, of which the public key is then broadcasted to the blockchain, which is then used to cast a vote from the mobile app. Users will register themselves by providing their fingerprints via the mobile app that are compared to the pre-existing fingerprints that were earlier captured at birth. So this proposed system, what we're proposing that when a person is born, we first capture their fingerprint. Then when they attempt to register to vote, to confirm that this person is actually a citizen of that country, again, we capture the fingerprint, then we compare to ensure that this person is actually a citizen in that country. Because this app will be distributed publicly. But then how do you confirm that this person is actually a citizen in that country? So this is the proposal that we have here. And using this, no one can register more than once. The verifier is not necessarily the government, because it can forfeit the election outcomes by introducing a large cohort of fake voters or by denying the registration of legitimate voters. So a task of verification is actually done by minors who have an incentive to behave uprightly. Successfully registered voters who satisfy the country's voters' requirements to vote, let's say if there's an age restriction, or basically at this point, we're speaking at the age restriction. Once they satisfy the requirements, they generate the key pairs via the mobile app and must keep their private key secret at all times. When a voter wants to vote, he or she logs in using his or her fingerprint. The fingerprint is scanned to complete the authentication. Once a voter's identification is verified, he or she is able to view current running elections, select his or her preferred candidate, and submit his or her ballot to the blockchain. Okay, so pretty much then recommendation. So in order to implement a cohesion resistance e-voting system to ensure that a voter can cast his or her vote as intended, even in the presence of a cohesor. So there are situations whereby in a politically unstable country, there might be people who are trying to force you to vote in a certain way. So the question is, if you're going to use a mobile app to vote, as opposed to going to a polling station, how do you then protect users from being forced to vote in a certain way? So then for further research, this study proposes taking advantage of making use of the camera of the mobile phone when casting a vote. So if the camera detects more than 2 people looking at the mobile phone, the app can detect and reject that vote. In conclusion, several e-voting systems have been developed and used in several forms. However, in order to achieve a wide adoption of such systems, it is necessary to improve the resilience against potential faults, security, and security risks. Blockchain technology seems well positioned to address many issues related to the digitization of voting processes and providing security enhancements. In this paper, the authors propose a simple and efficient biometric and blockchain-based e-voting system. Security and integrity of the voting process are of the utmost importance in any election. The proposed solution leverages the inherent properties of blockchain and as well makes advantage of the biometric fingerprint authentication technique to prevent voter masquerading. In this study, so these were the references that were used. I'll just glance through them. That is all. Thank you.
That Mr. Mondale should have started this in 2015. But 2021, we use it. Interesting one. We will ask a lot of questions when question time comes. So we are moving on with another presentation, the last but one, that will be done by Dr. Piri. He will be talking about the e-governance system. This is a case study of the development of a small-scale farmer database. Mr. Piri, time is yours. And I would like to request that Dr. Olabisi Jaudu be ready as well after Dr. Piri. We are waiting for them to upload the presentation. Meanwhile, we can have a lot of questions for our discussion, but we will know that we will not keep you beyond the necessary. I will not define the beyond necessary.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Okay, so I'll give you another presentation. Maybe just as the, I don't know. Okay. So I'll give you another presentation. This is part of the work that we are doing at the University of Zambia. We work in a team. I think here we are the three of us. Madam there, Mr. Chimuka, and myself. We belong to the. Okay, so we are in one research group from computer science department. So I'll give you this presentation. This particular time, we will look at the applied side. So Chimuka gave you a version on the e-voting component. That's the area of security using the blockchain. This one, we look at automation of a database of small-scale farmers. That's the biggest group that we have in Zambia. And then some of the security aspects and the automation that was carried out towards that project. Okay, so this is the outline. So this project was funded by the government. The government has a research board, National Science and Technological Council. They gave us money. We were collaborating with South Africa. In South Africa, they've got a board, also a research board, National Research Foundation. So our research council here and the South African Research Council, they put in some money. Our board also put in some money. And then ours gave us, they gave this university here, Tshwane University of Technology. So our university and this university were collaborating to do research and find some solutions to similar problem, a similar component of problems. And one of them that we recognized was the challenge with the small-scale farmers, access to data, automation, and delivery of inputs to them. And also, if you, I think you are aware, one of the other challenges also was to do with the FRA. You'd supply your grain, but it would take 6 months to get paid, or maybe more than that period. So the issue was largely on the process, which was largely paper-based. So that's part of the work that was being done, and Adinan was working on this one together with me. So this is what I wanted to give you now. So like I said, the problem was to do with the farmer support input program. I think this has taken phases from the time it was introduced by the Mwanawasa government, where we give some input to the farmers. The challenge is how to know who is eligible. Because now it's us who work in Lusaka. You go and register in your village. In this village, you register. In another village, you register. In another village, you register. Then you get these packs, okay? And then you sell them. You make money. It becomes a business arrangement. So how can we identify who is eligible and who is supposed to receive this pack? So this is one of the problems. The other problem was something to do with Food Reserve Agency. When that process of you get your grain, you put it in a bag, you take it to your FRI, and then you sell it. It was difficult, for example, in a power of those grain bags, to exactly point out which bag was brought by Mr. Wadia and which one was brought by, suppose there are stones inside, was brought by this other person. I know that there is that process where they do that thing, but also the other issue was, we used to hear stories where the whole truck just disappeared, together with the grain bags or together with fertilizer. So how do we track and take care of those? So we introduced basic automation principles, cloud computing technology, that's the science, mobile computing and web computing. We brought in the GIS, spatial programming, and then we introduced barcoding, QR, but Arinan was working with barcoding to just work with the inventory system. I think that's it. So the issue was just to do automation of the business processes from FRI and FISIP. This is for the small-scale farmers. Okay, so like I said, the objectives were two key objectives. The first one was to just understand what really goes on when we are registering farmers for them to receive the farmers' input. What is the process? So we had to start the business processes and then convert these to solutions that, or to automate these processes. We had to also find a way of start doing what we call IoT. We were doing sensing, sensor networks in order to track the storage and the movement of the grain bags or fertilizer bags. The next thing that we had to do was to develop now a portal and the mobile apps to help with the automation process and address the issues that were pending. So this is the significance of the study, just automation and improve the process, improve the security system. And also address one of the biggest problem, which was today, when you take your grain bags at the depot where you sell, immediately you submit them, the headquarters should be able to know real-time data. How many bags do we have in Porokoso? How many do we have in Solowezi? And how many do we have here for those who have brought? Or in terms of when they're dispersing inputs, how many have you dispersed and to who? That information in real time, the government should have it at the headquarters here as it happens in the field. Okay, so these were the issues that we're trying to resolve here. Okay, so we selected 3 areas where we worked with. First of all, here Lusaka, there is a place called Mwembeshi, where FRI have some storage places. We worked with that place. In Chongwe, we worked with the Chongwe offices for the Ministry of Agriculture. And then we had to travel to Mumba also. We worked with the people in Mumba also to pick up some data. This is part of the research that was done. Apart from what I'm presenting now, there is part of the research that was initially done to look at sensing, wireless sensing. This was IoT, Internet of Things component, just to track the movement of the truck. Once you load the grain, or once you load the fertilizer here in Lusaka, taking it to Mumba, for example, all the way, starting from here, the truck has to be, you need to track the vehicle from here right up to the storage place. If the vehicle stops at any particular place, then the system should be able to give you a trigger and yeah, the driver has to explain, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Okay, so this work was done by Spiwe, and I think it's not part of this, it's outside the scope of this one. There is another work that was done also. Again, I will not go into that. Let me just concentrate on part of the work that was done here. There is work that was done in Lesotho also, something to do with the automation and activities of small-scale farmers, and the work that was done in India. Most of these, we got some ideas and got the science of what they were using to do their work. So the work that we did at 2 parts, first of all, we had to do the baseline study, and then we worked on the automation. Baseline study was just to interview now. You want to find out. So when a person brings a bag of maize, what usually happens? Then they'll tell you, then you document that, and then you do the interviews, correct part of the forms that they do, and the rest of the process. Once that information was obtained from one, then we went straight to number 2. In number 2, it was the process of automation. Okay, now building the systems, building the processes to make sure that actually it's able to deliver. This is some form of a mini-map of a summary of what was happening. The portal, we called it the agro portal. Okay, so these are components that were inside. First of all, it's the payment system, e-wallet. Okay, when the farmers bring their grain bags, how do you pay them? Initially, they had to go and line up at the bank, but I think with the mobile money now and a few other components inside, we had to build up this one to make it much easier. The other part that we had to do was to work with the database of small-scale farmers. The issue that comes in here is how to capture these details. Okay, how do you know? How can I prevent somebody from UK from start registering somebody who is in Mumba in order to just add them? How do I prevent somebody who is in South Africa from just adding the people here? So we had to do location-based kind of registration where you capture the details, including the biometrics, but when the person is capturing these details, they had to be in the field with the app, and they will be restricted to that geolocation where they are in order to make sure that actually they are actually in the field and picking up the data. Over and above this, we had to include spatial data. If you claim that you're a farmer, where is your farm? Okay, so we built an app where we were doing the mapping. You map the whole of the farm area, and then you upload that data into the system. And then to indicate that actually Mr. Bwadia, located in this place, this is the farm place that is here. As part of the work that we're still working on was also to integrate now in terms of how are you doing your crops now, which year, when, and the rest of the things. The other part that we did, of course, like I said, is sensing of the storage area, and then sensing of the vehicle that is carrying the details. Then finally, it was just capturing the grain bags in a real time. So this was the portal. In terms of who are the officers, from the information that we gathered, the design was in a form of a cloud, so that you can access these services from anywhere. And then we had these groupings here. Camp extension officer is the smallest one at the camp level. These are the guys who are supposed to do the actual registration of the farmers because they are with them on the camp. Once they capture the details, they go to the block. There is an officer here who does the approval. They go to the district, they do the approval, provincial, right up to this level. By the time these do the capturing, even though these haven't yet done the approval, they will be visible to most of these senior officers on the other part here. This is just one page, an example of a form, the registration form. For example, a camp officer in Paravana, who is doing the registration here, we're using a web portal. There is a variant of the mobile app for this one. You feed in all the details, and then to capture the geolocation, the position where you are when you are doing the actual registration with the farmer in the field, and then you are required now to do the mapping, and then you upload that data. This is the information again on the portal. Let's say, for example, this is your name, Mr. Wadia, the name of the farm, your NRC, the mobile number, and the crop that you grow in that particular place, and then the size of the farm. And then we show it on the map actually. This is the farm, the details, the one that was captured using the mobile app. So these details for all the farmers are supposed to be captured, and you have them in the database for the whole country, which makes it easy to use. At the end of the day, we issue with a card. So this is a sample. Okay. So Ministry of Agriculture, Cooperative Society, we put your name here, just basic details. The most key part on this card was the barcode that we stamp here. And this barcode usually will be used now to read back your information from the system. So the system that was built, or the mobile app that was built, if we want to retrieve the details, we'll be able to rely on the, this barcode. So what we did was we built the app. For example, you are a farmer like this, Francis. You've come to sell your grain bags you've brought to the depot at FRA. So power up the app. Then what we'll do is you can see a get pharmacy details. So first of all, we have to scan now that barcode. So using this app, we just scan the barcode. Once we scan the barcode, the system will retrieve the record from the database. So Francis, farm number, so. These are the details. These are the things that he was growing. At that stage now, we want to find out now how many bags have you brought. So instead of entering the number of bags and the rest of the things, the bags also come with a barcode. So the same app, you just be scanning one bag at a time. When you finish, you just say upload. That's it. The farmer goes, the information goes, and the information is at FRA. Then the rest of the components that I didn't show here will now work on the payment mechanism, that e-wallet thing, and the rest of the things. Within a week, you have the grain, and the farmer is paid, and then you proceed to the next level. Basically, I think for the purpose of this presentation, this is the implementation. So what was done, just automating the farmer registration process. And then this was done through the extension, camp extension officers. And then we, in this arrangement also, remember I introduced the biometrics initially, those issues to do with authentication and a few other things. All those are integrated inside here to just make sure that there is authenticity in what you're doing. The grain purchasing process, like I said, we just scan the barcode on your card, we retrieve your record, you're a registered farmer, and then we scan the merchandise that you brought for us. That's it. The process is done so that you don't come and sell your bags and then you are there 6 hours or the whole day. Just come with your coach card, bring your maize. The bags will be supplied by FRI because they'll be pre-barcoded, and then you will capture those bags. At the same time, in case we take those bags and take them to the milling, they discover that there is a stone inside. Half actually there is sand, half it's maize. We just follow the barcode. And we know that actually this was brought by Mr. Chance. And so we'll make a follow-up with you, and then we can quick it down. So this is part of the implementation security. Like I said, multi-factor authentication, I showed you already in the morning on how this was implemented. Yeah, and this is the component that actually there's GIS, the capturing, we map your place, where you are, we know what you are growing, we know where you are, we know who you are, and we have your credentials, your photo, your family members, and a few other details around it, what you are trying to do. So this is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
This is also another very good presentation that is very practical. We need to follow it up. Please create a number of questions. I already have a number of them, and I'll bring them out in a short while after the next presentation. Now we're going to have the last presentation. This will be given by Dr. Olabisi Daodu, and he is from Ancestor Castle Business School, De Montfort University Leicester. He's going to talk to us about corporate governance regulations, e-governance and sustainability in developing economies, fostering global consciousness. Dr. Daodu is a lecturer in accounting and finance at the Leicester Castle Business School, De Montfort University.
Okay.
Prior to her lectureship
I'm there now.
appointment at DMU,
Done.
Olabisi obtained a PhD in accounting from Durham University in UK. Olabisi is also a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. In her capacity as a chartered accountant, Olabisi has worked in various engagements within the accountant's profession as a management accountant, corporate executive director, and in consultant service, both private and public sectors. Olabisi's research focuses broadly on accounting, corporate governance, accountability, and issues. Her peculiar interest has recently secured her research grant in this respect. Glad the woman is coming on board, and the women who were aboard, I hope all of them are inside now so that we can enjoy the presentation from our fellow woman, supported by a large crowd of men here. Dr. Daodu, it's your opportunity. Please do your presentation now.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Thank you for coming, and thank you for that introduction. So I'm just going to be going to my presentation now. I hope everyone can see my screen. So thank you for all the wonderful contribution. I've
not coming out.
A very nice time since morning. So thank you for coming, and thank you for everyone's contribution. So what I'm going to bring to the table today is going to be something a little bit different, like you said, maybe the woman among men. So I'm going to be a little bit different. I'm going to put the woman touch to it.
We don't have audio, Doc. Can we have some audio from your end? We can't hear you.
Sorry,
Just unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? There is just.
Can you unmute yourself, please, Doc? We can't hear you.
No, I don't think I'm on mute. Oh, I'm coming. Let me check.
We can hear her. We can hear her ourselves.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can. I think the people in Lusaka, they can't hear you.
Oh, so why
We can
can't
hear
they
you
hear
loud
me?
and clear.
Am I the one that's having the problem or them?
Send a text message, a message that please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can.
Even the others from UK can't hear.
Obviously, we can hear you, but I think they need to sort
She's
out.
also saying she doesn't know where to hammer.
So I can continue, right?
No, wait.
No, wait.
Hello, Mr. Collins. Can you please mute your mic?
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Dr. Dawood, we can't hear you, please.
Okay, I'm not speaking. Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you. There's no audio.
We can hear ourselves. Ourselves, we can hear.
Some are hearing.
Okay, maybe I should stop sharing and try to come back again.
Dr. Yarima, can you hear her?
Yes, I can hear her.
We can't even hear him talk.
Okay, let me stop sharing and go and try to come back again.
No, it's from their end. They can't hear me either.
They can't hear us, but we can hear, but they can't hear us, all of us.
Yeah, they can't hear us.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
Aha, now we can hear you.
All right.
All
okay.
right, that's good.
Okay, so, okay, that's nice. All right, thank you, everyone. And that's what we call the practical aspects of...
Just hold on a bit so that we can... Okay. You can
so can you hear me now? Okay, so I hope everyone can hear me. Okay, I said that's the practical experience of having a trustworthy e-governance. So let's go on with this. I said I'll be the woman among the men. So like you said, like you rightly introduced. So I'm going to bring a different perspective to this workshop or to today's contribution. So I'm going to be looking at this from the dimension of the corporations or companies or accountability. So it will be a little bit different. So when we look at corporate governance regulations in relation to e-governance and sustainability in developing economies, what do you mean by this? So I'm going to look at this from the aspects, the content that I'm looking at. I'll have an introduction to this topic, the key research question, and then we look at what the corporate governance means from the regulatory side, international framework for corporate governance best practices. So specifically, we are looking at OECD. Then we also consider these alongside the 2020 United Nations e-government survey with respect to what is happening globally and also within the developing countries. So we are going to look at a proposed methodology. This research has not been undertaken, so it's going to be largely a proposal. And then what are the key issues for research and what are we talking about here? What global consciousness are we going to be fostering? So first of all, I'm going to look at what is the view of the OECD, which is
Olabisi, hello, Olabisi. Can you put you on slideshow, please? On slideshow.
Okay, I'm just trying to see if I can get, okay, I'm going to put it on slideshow.
Yeah, just put on slideshow so that.
Okay, all right. Good. Okay, so we are going to be looking at this from the OECD perspective, like I said. So the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the principles of corporate governance, the 1999 principle, which is revised in 2015, and other international principles, they provide largely the best practices for our recommendation for companies around the globe and also in developing economies. So in realizing the universal corporate governance reforms or innovation, these are the best practice recommendations that are provided for companies. So this study largely investigates the e-governance in this global corporate governance regulation, how this relates to enhancing corporate sustainability in developing economy. And then we are looking at this from the aspect of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we'll be largely talking around sustainability in developing economy. So to achieve this, the study examines the extent to which e-governance is recognized in the recommendation for corporate governance reforms in developing economies, and if or how corporations integrate this in their corporate sustainability strategy. So this is what this is all about in essence. So the research question is going to be, to what extent the global corporate governance regulation recognize or incorporate the e-governance policies? What are the implications of this interest for cybersecurity, corporate sustainability, and realizing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in developing African economies? So let's look at the definition of corporate governance from the international perspective, from the eye of the global regulators. So corporate governance involves a set of relationships between a company's management, its boards, its shareholders, and other stakeholders. So corporate governance also provides the structure through which the objectives of the company are set. So note that those phrases, objectives of the company are set, and the means of attaining those objectives and monitoring performance are determined through corporate governance. That is the main definition provided by the OECD, which is the global framework for corporate, for regulation of companies. So to achieve this, my research proposition, first we undertake the review of the global corporate governance regulation through this. So the main framework that is provided for best practice to companies, like I said, the OECD, was first published in 1999. The principle has since become the international benchmark, and this was revised or updated in 2015. And then at the G20 Leaders Summit, the G20 OECD principles of corporate governance help policymakers evaluate and improve the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for corporate governance. So that is largely the main rationale for this framework, with a view to supporting economic efficiency, sustainable growth, and financial stability. Then the revised edition contained the results of the second review of the principles conducted in 2014 and 15. The basis of the review was the 2004 version of the principle, which embraced the shared understanding that a high level of transparency, accountability, board oversight, and respect for the right of shareholders and the role of key stakeholders is part of the foundation of a well-functioning corporate governance system. So note the word, part of the foundation of a well-functioning corporate governance system. So the purpose of the OECD mainly, principles of corporate governance, the main purpose of the principles are intended to help policymakers evaluate and improve the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for corporate governance. So mainly, they are to provide the legal framework, the regulatory, and the institutional framework for companies, with a view to support economic efficiency, sustainable growth, and financial stability. This is primarily achieved by providing shareholders, board members, and executives, as well as financial intermediaries and service providers with the right intensive. So note that this right intensive to perform their roles within a framework of checks and balances, very important phrase or statement there. So on the basis of the principle, it is the role of government, semi-government, or private sector to initiate its initiatives to assess the quality of the corporate governance framework and develop more detailed mandatory or voluntary provision that can take into account country-specific economic, legal, and cultural differences. So those are the major purposes of the OECD. So what does the OECD expect from companies through this best practice framework? The expectation of the OECD principle, the principles recognize the interests of employees and other stakeholders and their important role in contributing to the long-term success. And we are talking of the Sustainable Development Goals. So this long-term success is very key to our discussions when we look at this in relation, everything that we have been talking about today, in relation to the long-term sustainable goals and performance of the company. The principles are developed with an understanding that corporate governance policies have an important role to play in achieving broader economic objectives. So let's take note of this, that corporate governance policies have a very vital role to play in achieving broader economic objectives. So this will also improve the investors' confidence, and we're talking about secure, trustworthy. So this has to be with trust. A lot of trust is involved in these discussions. So the quality of corporate governance affects the costs for corporations to access capital for growth and the confidence with which those that provide capital directly or indirectly can participate and share in their value creation. So there should be a way that those that provide this capital can share within the value creation from these companies. The principles are not binding and do not aim at detailed prescription for national legislation. Rather, they seek to identify objectives and suggest various means for achieving them. These are very key. They suggest various means for achieving this. To remain competitive in a changing world, especially at this time when the COVID-19 has dramatically changed the economic context around the globe, this is very, very important. Corporations must innovate, very important, and adapt their corporate governance practices so that they can meet new demand and grasp new opportunities. So let's now leave the OECD framework and look at what the survey from the 2020 United Nations e-governance gives us, the data that was given to us and the result from this survey. As the COVID-19 pandemic forces lockdown, which many of us are still, some of us are still in the lockdown as of now, most countries and municipalities are pursuing digital governance strategies, many with innovative initiatives, but vast number of people still do not have access to online services. So many of the discussions today have gone around challenges, especially in developing economy. Many people still don't have access to online services as of now. According to the 2020 edition of the United Nations e-governance survey that was released as at this time of the publication, the 2020 ranking of the 193 United Nations member states in terms of digital government was captured within the scope of this survey, and the quality of the online services within this survey, status of the telecommunication infrastructure and existing human capacity. So this is led by Denmark, Republic of Korea, and Estonia, and other countries that are listed here. And if you look at through the list, we see that maybe fortunately for us today, that because we are having this discussion around that, and unfortunately, we cannot have any developing economy or African country, economy or nation on that list. So let's go to the next list. Among the least developed countries, Bhutan and Bangladesh and Cambodia have become leaders in digital government development, advancing from the middle to the high e-government development index, EGDI, group in 2020. Mauritania and Central and South Africa are leading the e-government ranking in Africa. Good enough, that's fair enough for us in Africa. Overall, 65% of the member states are at the high or very high EGDI level. So also continue with this 2020 United Nations e-governance. The challenges, e-governance progress is still, there's still a lot of a digital divide in this. According to the survey, the pandemic has renewed and anchored the role of digital government, both in the conventional delivery of digital services as well as new innovation efforts in managing the crisis. If we don't have a better place to be talking about a better time to be talking about e-governance more than now that we are having and experiencing the practical implication of e-governance. Yet, despite the gain and major investment in e-government by many countries, can you see this? The digital divide persists. 7 out of 8 countries with low scores are in Africa. So that is why this discussion so much cannot be overemphasized. The importance or the significance of these discussions today cannot be overemphasized, and belong to the least developed countries group. The regional average index scores for countries in Africa are almost 1/3 lower at this rate, than the world average EGDI. So alongside this trend, the COVID-19 pandemic has reinvigorated the role of digital government and its conventional delivery of public services and in ensuring business continuity. So what is the methodology around this that I'm proposing for this? So mainly it will be a qualitative research approach with documentary analysis. So the main thing here is to look at examine the guidelines for e-governance within the global corporate governance best practices in the developing economies, Africa mainly, scrutinize corporate disclosures and reports of listed companies if on how they incorporate e-governance or cybersecurity as part of their corporate strategy. So we want to know, do they even recognize this as part of their corporate strategy for continuity or survival as expected through the OECD framework? Or how do they incorporate this into their corporate sustainability strategies? And how does this affect the United Nations Development, Sustainable Development Goals? To highlight the e-governance cybersecurity policies in corporate governance regulations within international framework towards the United Nations Development Goals, towards the realization of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, evaluate the implication towards corporate accountability and sustainability. So this is also going to be, there's a proposal for interviews and the focus group, and this will focus mainly on companies, executives, and also corporate governance regulators or policy makers in Nigeria, Zambia, and other parts of the globe. So like I said, the major agenda here is the focus on secure and trustworthy e-governance. So what brings in the issue of corporate governance into this? What are the key issues for research in terms of fostering global consciousness? I know many of us have talked about how the challenges around how we're going to provide secure and trustworthy e-governance or e-government to the developing economy. And mainly, I think Dr. Frank Kayula and engineer Oli has also talked about the issue of provision, financial and infrastructural issues, challenges. How are we going to provide all this with all the discussion that we have? So let's look at this from that perspective. Institutional theory states that corporate governance or companies are enshrined within their institutional context, according to this research. The focus on the firm as a pivotal actor in initiating socially desirable behaviors on the part of business has been institutionalized into the ways of conceptualizing and studying CSR. So this is saying that companies or firms are pivotal. They are major actors in terms of socially desirable behaviors. And also these companies are also seen as de facto governments, especially when they are invested or incorporated in developing economies. So, but most of the literature has treated the social element as a black box, as a set of external requirements, which has translated into an instrumental and business case rationale. So mostly when you talk about corporate social responsibility of companies, is mainly like is a philanthropic thing and engagement, and is also largely a form of voluntary action that is expected from companies into the companies or countries or communities or societies in which they are incorporated. However, business that engage in sustainable development strategies are thinking about the long term and how global realities will affect the need or relevance of their product and services. That's mainly what we look at when we look at sustainable development strategies and how businesses engage and why they engage with this. So the sustainable, having looked at that companies are major actors in terms of sustainable development, in terms of sustainability, and also in relation to their countries or their society or community. The Sustainable Development Goals Report 2020 say that the 15-year global effort to improve the lives of people everywhere through the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals was already off track by the end of 2019. So these goals that we're expecting to achieve in 2030, they are already off track, not to talk of when we now have the issue of COVID-19 again. And now, in only a short period of time, the COVID-19 pandemic has unleashed an unprecedented crisis, causing further destruction to the Sustainable Development Goal progress. So what is the role of, or what are the roles of corporations, companies, in terms of all this and these challenges that we have highlighted from all our discussions since morning? Private sector and sustainable development goals. So private sectors can foster financial inclusivity. Research suggests that achieving the sustainable development goals can open up market opportunity worth USD 12 trillion in the 4 largest sectors that represent 60% of the real economy: food and agri, cities, energy and materials, and health and well-being. So inclusive social development, on the other hand, encompasses a wide range of issues, including but not limited to poverty eradication, the reduction of inequalities, employment generation, the promotion of corporations, family, the role of civil society, also sustainable economic growth. These are also things where private sectors, what they can do regarding the sustainable development goals, how they are related directly to this. The United Nations recognizes that sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth is crucial in achieving the 2030 agenda, with employment creation and social development as pillars of healthy growth in the world economy. But how can we do that if we don't have a secure and trustworthy environment, since we have agreed that companies, they are embedded or enshrined into their institutional context? So how can private sector currently engage with the sustainable development goals in this sector? What are the key areas of opportunities in which companies can foster long-term value in support of sustainable development? And what transformation are needed to enhance contribution of the private sector? These are questions that researchers are asking in relation to private sector and the sustainable development goals. So what is the research aim mainly, in essence, and expected contribution? So by fulfilling the above aim, the study seeks to achieve this proposition to explore e-governance and the significance to corporate governance regulation in developing countries. So we want to know how e-governance is interconnected with the corporate governance regulations in developing countries, and if not, why? To evaluate the extent to which e-governance or cybersecurity are considered within the international best practices recommendation for companies, especially in looking at developing countries where we have agreed that these corporations are de facto governments, they act as de facto, or they are de facto governments in this country, particularly in Africa, to examine if and how corporations within developing countries identify or capture e-governance or cybersecurity within their overall corporate sustainability strategy. Do companies or corporations even recognize the significance of e-governance? Can they relate it to their corporate sustainability strategy? So we are going to be looking at this, and if not, why? Why is there no regulation around this? To develop the theoretical case for a linkage, if there's none, between the corporate sustainability and cybersecurity or e-governance, and then to propose possible policy design in e-governance towards corporate sustainability and economic development in achieving the universal sustainable development goals within developing African countries. So mainly, this involvement of companies have gone beyond voluntary action, philanthropic actions in corporate social responsibility. This is going to be a proposal towards policy making and development to incorporate e-governance and to be largely reflected in companies' corporate sustainability strategy and agenda, and how they can be incorporated into the best practices for companies, not to do it voluntarily, not to do it as part of their maybe philanthropic action to communities or their countries of incorporation, but to be seen as part of their accountability framework, in which if they are not doing it, they are not seen as being accountable, because one cannot be within an environment that is not trustworthy or secure and then boast of being totally accountable. So that's the view here. So what we are doing mainly is corporations have been acquiring increasing power. Yes, they are major players in the economy. We have recognized that. In certain cases, even more power than some states without engaging in the advancement of the common good. Why? Why don't they engage in the advancement of the common good? We are talking about challenges regarding provisions of financial framework or financial power to be able to realize these goals that we have set for e-governance. But why won't corporations be involved in the common good? A key aspect of corporate social responsibility, however, has to do with growing scrutiny of the role of private corporations in the public sphere over the last 2 decades. Interest in CSR has been sparked by questions around the impact of corporations on indigenous people, working conditions in developing countries, and the environment. So what is the main thing like we are going to take home from here, from all this discussion? Accountability or sustainability problem. Yes, this how the companies guarantee their answerability if they are not invested in the context that allow them to perform optimally. So why should companies not be involved in this? If they are invested within a context that we cannot set in a guarantee the trustworthiness of what the data that these companies are generating or their business processes, how can they ensure answerability? What are the strategic implications of e-governance of corporations in developing African countries towards sustainability? What are these? What are the implications of having a good and robust e-governance framework? And what are the private sector roles in e-governance issues? We have said a lot about the countries and their governance and their governments, but we forget to include these major players that we have here, which we are continuously increasing in power. And then what are the global corporate regulatory framework interests for e-governance? So these are the propositions that we're going to be putting forward. Why and what are the global regulators of corporations? What are they doing in terms of e-governance, and how does this foster corporate sustainability? So that's the end of my presentation. Let's make the world a more responsive, sustaining, and sustainable place. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Thank you.
Everywhere. She's talking about security in terms of what we are discussing here, e-governance, even in the private sector. She's covered quite a lot, and that's very, very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have an opportunity to ask questions, and all the presenters are still there. Just in case over lunch you developed a question for the morning presentation, they are still available with us. We can go ahead with questions. Even comments, by the way. Questions, comments on what we have talked about today. It has been an interesting day, and for me, who is not very, very conversant with the internet issues. And I suspect that for those of you who are in the city from here to there, and how will this that has been presented going to help us? I know very well if I can maybe just go through some of them as a reminder. I know Dr. Mumbi gave us a lot of challenges as he was exploring cybersecurity leadership. He listed quite a number of challenges, and one that came out strongly is the lacuna in the knowledge in terms of research. There is low research in cybersecurity, in effective leadership. And sometimes there is a tendency to have confusion between the leading political parties. Don't think just about the political party in your country here in Zambia. He's talking about the political parties in Africa, the entire Africa, including Zambia, by the way. The inadequate participation of key stakeholders, the inadequate or lack of intervention in training and development. It touched all these things. And for me, what I want to strongly take home from him is shared leadership. He's strongly talked about shared leadership, and I think this is where we can ask, how is this shared leadership? How is it going to be, especially in Zambia? How are we going to do it? That is in brief. And he asked questions. He asked the question, how shall we identify key stakeholders to include in leadership and management of electronic infrastructure? Oli also came up with very interesting presentation. For me, I think I got especially the proposition that he brought in terms of bringing in an index that will be looking at the sustainability of e-governance. And that index, he gave suggestion of 3 aspects that we need to look at. But beyond that, Oli also told us that, brought to our attention that much of what we are talking about, most of it is emanating from where? The rich countries, Europe. Where are we? What is our role? Can we have our own things? Especially that all presenters are saying, Dr. Solomon emphasized, they are saying that actually we have the caliber in Africa. We have people who are trained to be able to do these things. But where are we if almost everything we are talking about, gadgets we have to get from Europe, technology on these things we have to get from Europe. Even data in some cases, those that are storing incredible data on our behalf, it's Europe. You go to our own website, there are challenges to get certain data. Those are a few that I can talk about. I know Dr. Piri presented 2, which are very, very important to us, but of course my heart lies with the presentation of the small-scale farmers, that register. And of course I developed a number of questions for him, but I'll allow you to give questions first of all before I put on my own questions. And then we had the presentation from Monday, which was talking about voting, and it raised my blood pressure because we are voting next year. And I was thinking, if this thing had come a little earlier, I could have voted right at home where I'm staying. The road is not very good. And to move from there to the polling station, I have to start off at 02 to go where I'll be voting. Why didn't it come earlier? So around this discussion we have had, remember that it's not affecting Zambia only, it's affecting the whole of Africa. Quickly, we can have a few discussions around that. Any questions, any comment on what we have learned today? Yes, madam.
My question is concerning
Nate, what you do, we have challenged with the technology we are talking about. I will ask you to sit here so that those who are questioning can come here. This year, you can unmute that, so that our colleagues can also hear. I'll just develop a line. Yes, you can just come here, my leader. You can go ahead. Your name and the institution, and then you talk.
My name's Stella Fumulo Miembe. Graduate from the University of Lusaka. My question is concerning EHR and looking at some of the challenges that are being faced in Malawi and Ghana, and seeing that it might also affect us, although there's some of the challenges that we might face when implementing the system. So have you considered incorporating a software that's already on the ground, such as Smart Care?
The software that is what?
Already on the ground, something's already being done. Because already as it stands on its own, it's not as strong. Because the last time I used my card, I went from Kawata to Shilenge, but some of the information wasn't showing. So it's weak as it is already. So in implementing it, would you consider that as well?
Thank you very much. That goes to the Zambian system, and if you can help us to answer that. Okay. The next question.
Mine is just a kind of an observation. I found Dr. Mumbi very passionate about Zambia and Africa in general in terms of these issues of e-governance. So my appeal to him is let this conversation continue so that we can engage each other, the community here in Zambia, in Nigeria, as Dr. Yerima said. These are two kind of countries that have been chosen to be kind of pilot countries, because we need to move with the time. We can no longer pretend that, you know, we are a poor continent and we are off the cyberway. No, we are on this trend together. So we need to up our game so that we reduce some of these cyber threats and risks if we put our heads together. Because today you find that some of our young people, when they finish their undergrad and looking for sponsorship to do their masters, specializing especially in this very niche field of cybersecurity, it's very hard to find the scholarship. Most of the scholarship, especially when they are funded by cooperating partners, you find renewable energy, forestry, gender studies, you understand? And not all families can afford to pay premium fees, because if you went to the best colleges that are offering cybersecurity around the world, they are very pricey. So this is the conversation I'm kind of inviting our two colleagues, and including the sister who presented last, that let us continue this conversation in terms of empowering our youth and to build kind of a mass of personnel or human capital in the area of cybersecurity. Because generally speaking, as we are all aware, there is shortage of these skills all around the world, and our economies being what they are, we would tend to lose out our skilled manpower in the area of cybersecurity, because they will move to Dubai, they will go to Netherlands, they will go to Canada. So it's a problem which we need really to think through to make sure that we can have some possibilities to retain skill at home. Yeah. Now I wanted to ask just a small question to Monde. His presentation was very interesting, but I remain a bit thirsty of some few connecting points. You mentioned of public key of the voter, yes, but did your system consider how do you authenticate the public key? Because there are issues of a public key may be compromised in the PKI. So it's something maybe you can give it a thought as you kind of improve your prototype. And I didn't also get just clarification, who is the CA in your system? Is it the government or ECZ? Okay, in the case of Zambia, if we have to customize it to Zambian situation, who is the certificate authority? The organization which we know in the PKI as a TTP, the trusted third party. Just clarify on that one. Thank you.
One more question, because we may not have many rounds. You just come here. So just come and ask from here. When you sit, go ahead. Your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have one question.
Thank you very much for not having a name.
Oh, sorry. sorry. My name is Isaac Waya, and I'm coming from the University of Zambia as a student. Sure. I have a question for, it was just discussed in the presentation that was done by the guest of honor. So I don't know who's going to answer it. So.
Guest of honor, next to Daniel, we attempt.
Oh, okay. Specifically on the electronic health records. Yeah, in the later presentation, we also learned of the challenges that are there in implementing, if it's in the pipeline or if it's on the ground, that there's no proper funding or support from the government. And I think those are external challenges. But within the system of implementing the EHR, there could be some inner challenges. After you capture the data for that individual, then you upload it in the cloud storage or in the servers. Then what happens to that data when such individuals die? Are they going to delete the data, or it will just remain there? Because I think it will increase some levels of impersonation. So if they capture my data and then it is uploaded there in the cloud storage, then it will be appearing in various hospitals. Then I die. Will they delete that data, or how are they going to put an end of access to that data? Is it just me stop accessing the data because I die with the card, or they will delete it? Or if they do not delete it, I know some people will come and maybe hack, and we know the coming in of ritual killers. They'll kill me, they'll get my fingerprints, they will, all those things, and they'll be accessing that data. So do we have those monitoring systems that are put in place to make sure that there is no impersonation of some kind?
Means we are following the discussions. Thank you so much for the question. The last question.
Thank you very much for according me the opportunity to ask a question. My name is Beston Shumbwa from the University of Zambia. Here I have two questions. One goes to Dr. Jackson Piri, the one who talked about the farming input and system program, something like that. To him, my question is, over this same program, do we have a team which monitor and evaluate the process of farming inputs distribution? Because what I've observed mostly in villages and in my native village, to be specific, what I've observed is that that farming inputs, they don't reach to the intended beneficiaries. They don't benefit. You will find that the people who are receiving those farming inputs are those who are managing maybe the cooperative, those who are on top. On the name of on the e-voucher system, on the e-voucher card, the name of a beneficiary can be there, but it's not him or her who is going to access that farming input. Now my question is, do we have a team which monitors and evaluates the same process? Yes.
Thank you for that important question from my side. It's very important, investor. I think that's the last one.
Let's put another question.
Another question. Yes.
Continue.
My second question goes to Mr. Chimuka Monde. On this electronic voting system, how do you facilitate this process to people in rural areas, to be specific? Because like in my area where I'm coming from, in Petauke, in my village, the network is bad there. Now, if you say that the government has to, the ECZ, they have to adopt this system of electronic in the name of addressing the COVID-19 problem, does it mean that when implementing this system, are we going to be focusing just on the online voting, leaving the physical one, or what? That's my question.
Okay. Thank you for the 3, 4, 5 questions that we have. And the door is open maybe we can start with the local questions here, then we'll allow our colleagues also to come in with the other questions. Dr. Piri, this big question that has been asked, monitoring of the agriculture input distribution.
Okay, thank you. So let me begin by maybe a statement or two. I indicated when I was starting to present that actually this was funded by the government, okay? And not only the government of Zambia, also the government of South Africa pumped in money. We had to go to South Africa, the South Africans had to come here, we exchanged knowledge, exchanged ideas and exchanged the technology. And then we had this implemented. The challenge is when you have finished implementing it, is the government willing to take it on board? They funded, the wing that funded was one wing. The wing that was supposed to use was the Minister of Agriculture. Are they willing to take it on board? That's another story. Maybe we can discuss some of those issues some other time. The lady who was sitting there, Madam Wan, she's gone. She was also working on some project also to do with the examinations. She was supposed to have presented, but they've told us no, because of security reasons. We don't want to tell you the details. Otherwise, you might mess up the system. So part of this work, once it's done at university level, it's taken by the government and implemented. While part of it remains the government just hands off. For whatever reasons, maybe individuals have got their own interest, they just hands off. To answer your question, the system is available, but the government didn't come forward to pick it up and go with it. No, everything is there. Okay, we tried and we tested the technologies. They are there, but they didn't get on board. They had their own implementations. I think there is something that they've implemented using Smart Zambia. Yes, we have no idea what is happening, but this was presented. It went as far as the Minister of Higher Education. The minister is aware, and the rest are aware. It was done. The intention, of course, like he said, was to make sure that actually you curtail the system. There is a lot of proliferation. My own parents are part and parcel here to see if they can access these farming inputs. But you know that at the camp level there is a lot of happenings. I don't know. We all know. I can't talk about the details here. In order to deal with that, that's why we introduced the registration system. Registration system was supposed to be done in the field at the camp, and there must be proof of where your land is and where you are. We did the e-permit arrangement. You can't register when you are here in Lusaka registering something in Mumbai. The system will just refuse. Okay, and so that was the arrangement. And after doing that, you do the proofing, all the stages until at the main office, and then it's done. At that stage, we are hoping that actually, when a bag is coded, bag number 17/21, fertilizer, 50 kg, I can check in the system that actually this was given to Wallace's mother in Kaputa on village number so actually belongs to this farm. That was the intention. But you know that actually, it means those who are supposed to be beneficiaries, you curtail them. And of course, there will be a lot of dust and wind on the way. We can discuss further. I think, yeah, we can discuss further. The card arrangement with barcoding and the rest of the things, they're already there. Some of the things, of course, they're still under consolidation, but the key parameters, those were done and they're done. Part of this work is also published. It's there available online. If you just Google Adrian and Jackson, you see that actually the scientific community has looked at it and it's night, it's gone. It's solid science. Okay, so I'll end here.
Well, just as a small addition, first comment on that. Sometimes government will pick up certain technologies after they have been piloted, then they compile. They admire that, yes, it has been successful. That's why I'm saying let's meet somewhere. We can pilot it. The way we did the e-voucher, it was piloted first by ZNFU. And when government saw, there's something good in that, they picked it up. So we can go that way. At the moment, the structure was, I don't know whether it's even like that. IAPRI was doing to government and all stakeholders on the input distribution. Then Lusaka was doing trainings of the agro dealers. Government was doing implementation. Smart Zambia, we are maintaining the registry of the farmers. So that's how it has been. So monitoring was IAPRI, but you know IAPRI is a research program. So what they do monitoring is to sample areas, find out how it's working, then they come and give the report. Okay, then we can move on to the next question. Dr. Period 2?
I think it's one. That
was the only one. Huh? It's your question, Monday.
Monday, yes.
Monday, before we go to our colleagues.
You can see it.
Monday, no, just one which is already waiting there. So that we don't delay. There's another last to go and
all right, so thank you for the question. So for the question for the public key, private key. So this is why we're using blockchain. So there's no need of anyone to issue those certificates. That's done within the blockchain mechanism, so that we avoid anyone tampering with the system. That's why we say blockchain is something you can use in a trustless environment, because the mechanism is built within its inherent features. Then the other question for network. So you and I will agree that when it comes to elections, the electoral authorities put in so much into setting up the polling stations, right? So what if we convert all that effort, all that financial strain that's put to setting up those polling stations, set up more like temporal network boosters or something, or some sort in there. Then when it comes maybe providing the mobile phones, what the government or electoral commission can do is try to work with the mobile service providers, subsidize the prices for these phones. The key thing is getting a mobile phone with a fingerprint scanner. So if you can subsidize the prices or offer some sort of incentive around there, then distribute the funds only for those in the rural areas, not for those in the cities. What the cities can afford.
That answer? Okay, we can move on. Last local from Zambia. Daniel, you can answer that question in part.
So I think Mwembe from graduate from University of Lusaka, she asked about the smart card system. That why don't we just use that system which is working to enhance it, so that it becomes the EHR for Zambia, because it's already there. But I think that's a bit simplistic, in that, like I said, there are social, technological, and environmental issues surrounding the system. So it's just not the application, it's just not the program that you pick the program and then start using it. It is also the social issues, like do we have enough staff who are trained in informatics, for example, the one I talked about, to make sure that they can operate the system. Do we have enough funding to support the back staff, the back office staff? Like the example that I gave, where in Leicester, in the hospital, we have got about 10,000 frontline workers like nurses and doctors. Then you have got about 5,000 back office staff, just people just working on the system, make sure the system is working okay. And then you have got all the technological, the internet connected, the computers, everything working. So do we have that funding? If we can't even pay doctors, can we pay extra money for people just working in the back office, sitting on the computers and so on? And then the environmental issues, such as laws. We don't even have enough proper laws at the moment. For example, we don't even have data protection law, which is a very basic law to protect our information. I think Dr. P and myself, we sit on a second committee for ZICTA, where we approve all the standards, laws, and we've been talking about data protection. Sometimes it comes from this side, from the other side. You don't even know where it is going, and you don't even know where it is now. When the Minister of Communications and Transport comes this year, he talks about it, and after a while he's moved, then the other minister doesn't talk about it. So there are environmental issues that encompass all this, such that these things cannot work. And the last question is from Wadia from University of Zambia about the quality. actually is talking about data quality. When you establish the EHR system and then somebody passes, so how do you ensure that that person has passed and then other people don't come and use the name? So again, talking from experience where I was working, the back office staff always phone, you have a department, probably about maybe even 100 people just phoning houses to say, is that person still around? That person still around? When they make appointments, they don't show up, and so on and so forth. Then they follow up, then they get the information, oh, that person has passed on. So there is a lot of work in terms of data quality. Again, it comes with funding, it comes with social factors, and so on and so forth. So basically, that's how I can answer these two questions.
Before we move on from Zambia, there is a question I think that has not been answered by one today. The question about CA, or third party, whatever, it was technical. Did you answer it?
It's been addressed.
It has been addressed. Thank you. I think CA was things. Okay, now we can go to Dr. Mumbi. If you are alive, Doc, we need you to make a comment on
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you from here.
Yeah, Daniel, can you hear me? Daniel, can you hear me? Lusaka, can you hear me? My colleagues here, they can hear me. Those on Zoom.
we can now talk. We can hear you. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. To start with, I don't want to forget this question which Daniel was talking about regarding death. The problem we have in Africa, African countries, is that there's lack of connection between the government institutions. Because immediately somebody dies, what happens? There is that death certificate. There should be somebody responsible to enter the data in the system. And when that is on the system, you find that the whole information, will be there circulating to other, database. And the problem, the challenge we have in Africa, like Zambia right now, is that of addresses. In the UK, we have been very successful because we use our permanent address where we live. But when you look at Zambia at the moment, can we know, who is living on B45/1 in Bauleni or in Misisi and all that? So we need to ensure that when we are thinking of these systems, we need to put in place viable, solutions whereby we are able to capture. I always say this, from security, point of view, we find it sometimes problematic to investigate certain cases. It's because of the same address, lack of, the address, physical address. So if we can sort out that, and I think we can be able to link with some of the systems. Earlier on, somebody came, I don't know, I didn't take the name of the gentleman who has raised important questions regarding dialogue and asking, what can we do next? Because of course, what happens is that after this conference, people go and then that's it. What we are planning with Solomon, we want to ensure that there's continuity. And we'll ask Daniel to ensure that he can give us, with your permission, indeed, because us in the UK, we believe in what you call GDPR. We need to ensure that people have got consent, that they share information with us, and then we can get in touch to see how we can work together in order to contribute to the production of knowledge on cybersecurity and other issues. So thank you very much from me.
Presenters, if you have any last word before we disperse, we are in the dying minutes. I'm asking all the presenters, if you have a last word, 2 minutes or so, you can share because we're about to close. Only, are you around?
Yes, I am. Hello, yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, just go. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for having me. I'll just say one or two things since I have 2 minutes. The first is that with respect to planning and oversight, that is a responsibility we cannot outsource. We cannot outsource it. We have to be deliberate. Yes, the automation has come to stay. Yes, the use of advanced technologies have come to stay. But we must be able to set the framework whereby those technologies will operate. And I can say this, we have Africans trained to any level that can offer their services to ensure that our infrastructure, digital and otherwise, are planned properly and can survive any attack. However, what we need is a cooperative look from the policymakers and decision makers on ground in Africa. Once we have that working together, there's nothing we cannot deal with. But where we are unwilling to believe in ourselves and where we think we can just sign documents without reading them, it will come back to haunt us. So it's important that we pull our resources together, work together in the interest of Africa and, of course, humanity. But do we have the technical skills to provide the level of planning and oversight that is required for these systems? Yes, we do. And in any case, no one is going to do it for us. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Just to appreciate from the organizers the meeting. I think like the colleagues from the UK have said, I'm personally looking forward to pushing this one forward and then start getting out some serious outputs like solutions and way forward, which we can start working on and implementing to help at least some of the almost immediate things that we need to work on in the country. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. We want to hear the last word from Audo. Dr. Daudi, the last word.
Thank you, everyone, for all your contributions. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being part of this noble cause. And I want to thank everyone that have seen a reason to be here. And I want to also say that, like everyone have suggested, we need to push this forward. It will remain just a discussion within us and a cry within us if we don't go out to put this into action. So I believe that this is just the beginning of something that is going to be so great that we'll find it even difficult ourselves to believe it. So thank you everyone for your little contribution. Tomorrow, we're going to look back to today and say, yes, I'm part of this great expedition. Thank you and safe journey to everyone back to your destination.
Thank you so much. Before I ask Dr. Solomon to closing remarks, the co-chair, Dr. Mumbi, can you say something?
Indeed, awe mwandi chawama zikomo kwambiri bena Zambia. I always believe in my country. I'm passionate about my country. Wherever I am, I believe when I say I'm Zambian, I feel proud. And today I've seen and I've heard, I've learned a lot of things that I was not aware of. So thank you very much indeed. And may I mention, two people in there, they are quiet, but who have been very active behind, sending messages to Daniel and so on. And I've never met these individuals. I met them online. I don't even know how they look. Milando, thank you very much. And Chilekwa there, thank you very much. I appreciate indeed. Bena Zambia, we are great and we can do a lot so long collectively we put our individual interests aside. And I'm telling you that cybersecurity leadership and e-governance will be excellent. So na totela ziko mukwambi.
And as a facilitator chairing this, can I give myself 1 minute or so? Yeah. This was a very wonderful seminar. I've given myself time to talk before the meeting, and actually I'm proposing that you guys out there, you can send your contact details. I know some people in this group are burning to contact you, to discuss with you further. That's why the question of continuity came in. Send your details to Daniel, then we send to the emails that have been registered. Sometimes you can have your own talk and discussion of this group. Thank you so much for choosing Zambia. And we are looking forward to another very good discussion where we'll say we have done it. Now I'm giving powers back to Dr. Suleiman to talk to us in his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frank. Well, what can I say? It's been fantastic to be here today. Like I mentioned last week, I said we're making history, starting something that hasn't been done before on the continent. Just hearing Dr. Mumbi speak a few minutes ago just makes me feel like learning a new language, because I can feel the passion with which he has spoken. And I don't know what words he said, but that sounded very inspiring. I just want to say very quickly that this whole thing started because of a chance meeting between myself and Dr. Mumbi at a training session that happened in my department. And, we spoke, we became friends, and we pledged, we just said it jokingly, oh, one day, you're not from a different discipline, I'm from computer science, one day we'll find some multidisciplinary endeavor to cooperate on. And as soon as this opportunity came, he was the first person that came to my mind. We spoke, we then started talking about other people that would incorporate, and the rest is history. So it gives me great delight to see that this thing has come to fruition, and people are talking about continuity, cooperation, and so on and so forth. It was one of the things that we had in mind. We did say that once we've started this project, which from the funding perspective has a lifetime, we did say that beyond the lifetime of the funding of this project, we would like to see continuity, because the potential that we thought about at the time, we knew was limitless. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Frank, to thank the distinguished guests of honor, to thank Dr. Jackson Fidi and his academic team of researchers who are doing very great work. I cannot wait to talk to you about some of the work I'm doing as well. I know there's a lot of overlap. Also to Daniel Mwamba and his technical team, and for all the hard work he's done. There are also people who are not here today, but they're part of us. Namely, one of them is Dr. Crispin Matenga, who is from University of Zambia as well. He couldn't be here with us today, but they've done a lot of things behind the scene to make this actually work. So I would like to also add to what BC has said, and wish everybody a safe journey back to their respective destinations. We hope that next time we'll be doing this in person, but if not, we would like to continue in the same vein, continue the discussions, and take this forward in various forms. So stay tuned. There are some other types of activities that we have lined up. Daniel is the main person who is going to be able to communicate this to you, as he's very much part of the STEGA team. So once again, thank you very much for spending your time to be part of this. and I wish you safe journey back to your respective destinations.
In closing, as we close, there are two books that have been written by our colleague, the Director General, who was the guest of honor here, which are very, very interesting. I think we need to see him so we can get passion. Okay, those who want these books, okay, those who want these books, except these two. SME success secrets from the old times. The other one is the first 90 days. By the way, these books actually drove him to where he is now. So right, these books drove him to be the director